The clock keeps ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way. Breaking through.
Good morning, traders. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. Let's welcome our traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick does futures. Come on down.
What's going on, guys?
Good morning. How are you both this morning?
Good. Nice good as you. You already covered your trade.
I did about 120 points.
Nice.
In the funded sim account that we have been trading together live. So that feels good. And I haven't screwed it up yet. So fingers crossed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all only downhill from here, right?
Oh, no.
I'm just kidding.
Uphill. But for real, though, it does kind of do this in our
Yeah.
journey. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, good stuff, though.
Yeah. Barbie, how are you this morning?
Doing good. Everybody's fed, so it's me time now.
That is good. Off to a good start. So overnight, should we take a look at the charts? Who would like to go first, Barbie or Nick?
You
Barbie,
pick, Terry.
Well, I don't care. Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Keith, Kishan, Victor, Pine Tree Trader, Khan. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, guys. So I'm going to start off here with indices. We do have a big divergence between that and ES. As you guys can see, this gap I had marked off yesterday, we're still trading inside of it after running previous day high, whereas NQ has just gravitated lower. So huge SMT there at the lows right here. It makes me think that now that we tapped into this daily fair value gap that we're going to get a push up here. Today is my least favorite day of trade. It's the day before NFP. It's usually a lot of whipsaw action. However, that is a pretty big SMT there, so I'll wait and see if I get a reaction. If I see a trade set up, I will take it, but you definitely need to be more selective on days like today. Demand, cleaner price action, and yeah. As for gold here, I was wanting a close above this swing high with this daily SIBI, but we're not getting that. However, the hourly chart doesn't look too bad. We had a move up and looks like we're consolidating a little bit. I think we're about to get another push up from here. And yeah, so that gold is really like my top, I would say my top watch after probably today if we get another daily closure. But I guess we only have tomorrow left anyway. So that's about it for me. Euro and pound futures are trading inside of a daily fair value gap. So
interesting.
Watch something there. But the one thing I didn't like though was the previous hourly candle from the 8:30 news, like right here. I don't like seeing this candle right here with this big wick, and now it's going higher. If I'm bullish, I wouldn't want to see that candle. Pound futures kind of the same thing. It is weaker of the two. It did move into here. So we'll be looking for more hourly structure to the upside before, taking a stab at long, especially on a day like today. I don't have a gold watch. Does anyone have any questions for me? That's pretty much it. Very, very picky today. That's what I would recommend for you guys. But we do have some untapped Asia highs up here, so maybe we can draw to them. If we do, then if we see a move higher, I will take it. But it's gonna have to be post 9:30. I don't think. Let me check the news calendar for you guys real quick. Yeah, so only thing we have was at 8:15 today. So everything's out of the way. So just non-farm payroll tomorrow is the only thing we got left. So yeah, that's gonna do it for me though. be selective, be picky today, and just wait for a setup tomorrow, I think.
Okay.
Mhm.
Could be very tricky today.
Yeah.
Be selective. How do you decide what to trade? Because like there's currencies, there's gold, there's
Uh-huh.
indexes.
Mainly just looking at like the daily and hourly, like what looks clean on those, like what jumps out to me immediately. Like if I see a lot of like consolidation, let's just say this was the daily like the daily chart, I wouldn't really pay too much attention to this. But these look pretty clean. Like they're displacing higher, they're having pullbacks, which means, doesn't mean you're bearish. You're just looking for a retracement to buy a retracement. So these are actually pretty clean. There was a time earlier this year that gold was kind of consolidated. Yeah. So like you can see in this range right here from mid-April after the tariff stuff to in here, it was kind of range bound. So gold, I was getting stopped out a lot on gold, but now it looks like it's, cleaning up a little bit. But yeah, I pay attention to speed to answer your question and displacement within the candles. Like how quickly are they going to where I think they're going?
Mhm.
And things like that. Like this is consolidating, but this is a lot quicker. So yeah.
Mhm. It's
Like this
when it's
move
moving.
last week was beautiful on NASDAQ. Ran these equal lows, swept them, and then two big candles. And even if you're late after this candle right here on this close, it's going here now. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
like it may come back a little lower before going higher, but like this is most likely a protected low. So you can just look to target up to there.
It's in a hurry. It's gone vertical
Mhm.
versus like candles stacked next to each other, back and forth, like back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah. The Forex factory overlay with the news is called, I think, News by 2 Degrees. Yeah, this is it right here. You can just plot out all your news. I like it. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Barbie, what are you thinking?
Well, I see what Nick's talking about, where we kind of have a little bit of mixed conditions. We do have non-farm tomorrow, but I still think we could actually get some move today. We've had things have been pretty choppy, but here's what I'm looking at. So when I first look at the daily, this is the daily for ES. We're pushing into that really where my target is on the macro charts, and we're just kind of holding. So I've been trying to, I've been kind of waiting for that retracement. Where is it? Where is it? We could kind of get it, but the market. I mean, this has not been bullish. Nasdaq was the only thing yesterday that was really holding the market back, and so I'm going to be watching kind of how all of the indexes are working today, because we're also like if we go down to the hourly, you can really see all of the chop that we've had this week. I'm going to squish this up so you can really like this. This is this chop zone that we've been trying to trade this week. So we're really in that chop zone. We're at the bottom of it right now. In fact, I did take a little bit of a long down here this morning. I'm still in runners for it, just a little bit. But so this one, we're kind of in a spot where we could move up or down. But I'm thinking in my head, this wasn't really a very bearish move yesterday. Let's see, where's my other chart? So this is my marked up chart and what I'm kind of looking at. And it was when I looked at that hourly and saw where we were on the hourly, and it was right at the 62.35 level. That's what got my interest in a quick little buy, just a little pre-market scalp. I like to get those wrapped up by about now. So I got my stop moved and everything on that one. But I'm just looking to kind of see if we continue filling out this pattern, which would initially be a move up. But we are really strongly in this chop zone, and it's kind of expanding into a little bit of a wider a megaphone or whatever you want to look at here, which those patterns tend to be they tend to favor slightly bullish breaks over bearish ones. Then again, we're at the daily, we're at a point where we have plenty of room to move down. So it makes a lot of sense that the market's kind of cautious and trying to look and see what's happening, because we're getting all these bullish signals, but it's still kind of time for a retracement on a lot of charts. And so I think that's what's causing a lot of this chop. But the way I look at it, if we just keep filling out this pattern, I can play that. So that would be buying down here around 62.35 and just playing it to the next levels. The 62.50 level has just been massive. Every time we move away from it, we come back to it. So I'm still watching that. And then above, of course, the 62.65, we made all the way up to 62.70, 75. So that's our new pre-market high to watch. And I don't know if you have noticed this, but almost let's see, this is 3 days in a row. We've gone down and swept the pre-market or, the lows and then traveled back up to that pre-market high. So I'm kind of watching that move too, to see if the market keeps doing that, since it's already given us a little bit of that down move. But I have noticed whenever we get a significant down move, that buying it is still kind of what's going to, get the accounts going in the right direction. So I'm thinking about everything in that context. As long as we're down here, I'm looking for buys. And then up here, this is where I want to be booking profits around 62. Really, the 62.60s is where the market's really kind of putting on the brakes. If we get something going to the bullish side, that my big target up there is still 62.85 on ES. We have some bigger targets on the macro, but I want to see what happens with tomorrow. And with it being a shortened week, trading can get a little bit funny. And that just makes sense, because I know we think about all the algos in the market, but the algos are controlled by people, and people still take the day off when it's 4th of July and you can take the week off. So a little bit lower volume, but again, that tends to favor the bullish side a little bit, which is why I'm more interested in buying still. But I'll change my mind if we start breaking these lows. So you can see the lows pretty easily here, but the warning sign is really the getting below 62.35, but really the 62.20s have been massively important. Every single time we've gotten down there, we've bought. It just keeps getting bought back up.
Thank you, Barbie. Way to go on your scalps this morning.
A little bit, just a little scalp.
Making some money already. What's your bias before non-farm payrolls tomorrow? Bullish, bearish, or proceed with caution? All right, I'm going to vote. You guys vote too. So the current promo is an amazing promo. It is 50% off any account. Use code YouTube for that. So every trader gets one of those. And then all accounts that you purchase after that, it is 15% off. So use code YouTube to help support all of the traders on the show, and then also to help support the channel. Yeah, what do you guys think for bounty? What do you guys think? Okay, so yesterday we tried a higher one, like high, and we didn't quite get there during our show.
Chad,
Okay.
you're supposed to support us when we support you.
Yes, we love to support you guys. We are building a positive and encouraging community. That is our goal. Be a part of it. All right, chat, what are you guys thinking for the first bounty for our first giveaway of the day? Mr. Smith says 777. Lucky sevens.
What about
500?
650?
650. Yeah, it is Wednesday. I think Mondays we always kind of warm up and then we just like keep going higher. I do like 650.
Terry, it's hump day.
It is hump day. It is hump day. Mr. Smith says 649. Are you negotiating, Mr. Smith? Oh, I see 300, but we're already. Oh, I guess we're not quite at 300. What do you think, Barbie?
I think the higher the better. Everybody's got Discords and X and everything they can share, and you shouldn't keep us a secret.
Yes, don't keep us a secret. The more the merrier. The more people join our community and watch our show and chat all together, the more great programming we can keep putting together for you guys. I'm seeing 666, 600, 500. What do you think, Nick?
I like 600. I think
600. All right. Yeah, let's do 600. First bounty is set. 600 likes, 600 views. Let's go, guys. Everyone share this show on all of your socials. Let all your friends know.
And your
smash
enemies.
the like button. It's going to be a good day.
I'll share it right now.
Yes, I have to share too. Okay, let's share. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 second. Speaking of sharing, on X, MyFundedFutures shared on their channel that payouts in less than like a second. It's amazing. There was one that was at 0 seconds. So it must have been like, they must round up or something. So it must be like, 0.2 seconds or something. It's the fastest in town. Use code YouTube for all of your accounts. I did buy an expert account with the promo, so I'm super excited. I have one funded Starter Plus account, and then because I did the Pogo last week, I got one for free when I passed that eval. So I have 2 Starter Plus accounts, and then I added an expert account. Yes. Oh, so I was looking at like the rules, if anyone's curious about the rules for news trading, depending on your account type. And I will share that with you guys in a little bit because it is important to know. And I will tell you why I love the Starter Plus account and also the expert account. Okay, I have to focus. I have to share this. All right, big news.
I'll share my screen real quick if this kind of.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Nick. Okay, here it is. Repost. All right, let's go, guys. Oh, Queen of Trades passed a Starter Plus today. Congratulations. Woohoo! Let's celebrate. Anyone else pass accounts or received a payout? Let us know.
Here. So I'm going to be watching this going into the open. Right here. Kind of the same setup we had yesterday. As a divergence at the lows. Inside of this time it's inside of a daily fair value gap, whereas ES is still really, really strong, which is kind of weird because this is the one that did not run all-time highs. It was kind of like the lagger on the way up. So just be these equal lows down here are something that are probably, I would not be surprised if they get hit and this S&P gets neglected. Probably best to set your alerts like right here. Set your alerts right here, and then for NQ, just wait and see if we get any clean displacement. I wouldn't be surprised if we got another short-term low run followed by displacement higher from there. But definitely be watching the Asia highs up here as my draw for the morning. But whenever you're inside these like consolidation ranges, excuse me, the best time to buy and sell them is on the extremes of the ranges, right? So you don't want to be trading inside of them. You want to wait till a price like it runs this high. What's it do? It is retracing for this high now, reversing for this high, low. So now once we run this low, and if we're still in consolidations, then you can look to target back to the highs after this lows run. But if it's displacing towards like something lower, then it's still an okay time to sell from there. If it's like the real move, I think we're probably going to consolidate the day before NFP. It just makes more sense. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. But that's just kind of like what I'm watching. Like I say, this is like my least favorite day of trade. I just don't trade a whole lot before NFP. But just wanted to mark off like kind of the levels I'm watching. So 62227, and then once that happens, what does NQ look like? Is NQ like falling off a cliff? And then I'll just look for longs in here. I'm not really looking for shorts because we're already kind of at the lows of like the ranges almost. So I'd rather just look for longs on the side of higher time frame order flow at the extreme of the range down here. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thanks, Nick. I can share my screen on the news, like which accounts we can trade with news. If you guys would like to see, I'm always like, oh, which accounts, like, am I okay to stay in a trade? So I like to do like overnight trades sometimes, like intraday swinging trades, and definitely non-farm payrolls, right? Like, oh my gosh, I've seen the market go up and down 200 points in like a split second. So for me personally, I don't like to have trades on, but if your current strategy is like swinging trades and you don't care, like whatever news comes out, the starter plus account is great for that, because I will show you. So MyFundedFutures prohibits any news burst type of strategies, like just betting on if the market is going to go higher or lower based on like a news thing. So that's prohibited across the board. But if your current strategy is like, okay, I just always buy, I buy no matter what, and I just let the trade run, and I risk like 1 for 3 R, profit target, then the starter plus account is your best account, because you can trade in the funded with any news, including tier 1 news on the starter plus accounts. So it is prohibited all news trading. You have to be flat 2 minutes before and 2 minutes after on tier 1 news on all of the other accounts. And then here is the calendar, so you can actually see what is tier 1 news and then the times that it will be. So I will copy and paste this into chat. So you guys make sure you bookmark this so you know it's bookmarked in mine. Yeah, so I just wanted to share that. And that is why I love the Starter Plus account. And then I also love the Expert account, because the payouts are not like capped every time I request a payout. It is basically, I think, unlimited up until, I'm not sure what each trader's cap is in Sim Funded. They are working on changing that. It will be changed to $100,000 in Sim Funded for each trader. So that is coming down the road. Once we hear more news about that, we will definitely share that with you. And then also with the Expert account, you can request a payout every 14 calendar days. I asked support about that because I'm like, is that 14 trading days? That's way too long. No, it's 14 calendar days, and you don't have to trade every day. It's just 14 calendar days. And like Barbie said yesterday, that it's kind of like getting a paycheck every 2 weeks. That is the idea. You do have to trade once a week in those accounts, but so that's why I want like both. The 50K starter plus accounts I love, because I only have to get $100 or more over 5 winning days, and then I can request a payout. So potentially, if I'm just like trading awesome on like win streaks, I could potentially get paid every single week on that. Yeah. So what about you guys? What are your favorite accounts?
Expert, no doubt.
Yeah, I was about to say that experts are really, really great. I still recommend the Starter Plus a lot, because I think it's really great for new traders. But once you kind of know what you're doing, the expert accounts are really awesome.
Yeah. Everyone loves the Expert. Is it 50% off, or is it 50% of all profits above your buffer you can request?
No, well, it's everything above your buffer you can request.
Oh, that's
Like
amazing.
if the buffer, like a 50K count, if you get it to 52,000 and you run it from 52 to 57, you can request 5K.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's so cool. That's like our guest yesterday, how he said he made.
Well, actually,
like
you can request 6K. You just have like 1,000 drawdown left.
Yeah. So you can keep trading.
Yeah.
Yeah, our guest yesterday, he said that he had $38,000 payout from MyFundedFutures. Absolutely amazing. Okay. So celebrating some wins before. Okay, we have 4 minutes before opening bell. Let's see here. Brooks Williamson passed a starter, and you have a starter plus at about halfway. Congratulations. Awesome. Everyone, let's hit the confetti button. And MM Khan just passed your expert account. Woohoo! And we also have J Buzz. Oh, J Buzz, you lost your expert account. Tear face. Barbie, do you have any words of encouragement for J Buzz?
I mean, it happens. That's kind of part of the prop game, but I'm always trying to encourage everyone. I know that we enjoy the big wins when we size big, but we don't enjoy the big losses. So a lot of times it's just about sizing down and getting back in there.
Thank you. And then Roman Arts made 2K on your starter plus 100K account, and then also 1,200 on your 50 starter plus. Awesome. Congratulations, Roman Arts. Roman Arts makes really fun
yeah.
AI pictures for us on, I mean, I think it's like partly AI, right? On X. Okay, we have 3 minutes until market is going to open. 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Let's go.
I'm still watching to see if we can get a bounce on ES down here, but I'm going to wait and see if it happens. I don't want to try to get into that mess right before.
Yeah.
Are you going to hop in that first candle, Terry?
I don't know. I don't know. My account is up about $1,100 already this morning on the Sim Funded account. So I'm kind of feeling like I might, it has to be really juicy. It has to want to really just pull me in. We'll see. Full, Jan says, full port that free eval. Oh, you guys. I know I still have to, you guys haven't seen me full port yet. I'm kind of waiting for a trading competition to do that before I show you guys. So the NASDAQ is down about 40 points in the red right now. 1 minute, 10 seconds until the market opens. Less than almost at 60 seconds here. Let's go, let's go. James Bond says, I miss full port Terry.
Yeah, we got a new one now. It's called Terry the Whale.
Terry the Whale, I like that. Yeah, Terry the Whale.
Never.
And it doesn't have to do with my physical size, you guys.
Yeah, I think the only loss you took is that trade you took like before. I think it was like last Friday. You went short like around like 9 o'clock, and I went long like at like 9:50, and it was kind of chopped around, and it finally went higher. And I was going. That's the only time I've seen you. Yeah, that's like on a roll, like 7 for 8 at this point.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Yeah, that was a great trade you were in. You got in at such a great price. Okay, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Barbie, count down
5,
with me.
4, 3, 2, 1.
1.
Ding, 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 ding.
Market is open. All right, let's see what is going to happen. It almost looks like it wants to go test unchanged price. Pushing higher, about 20 points to yesterday's regular trading hour close numbers in the NASDAQ. Yeah, there was such a divergence yesterday with YM, ES, and NASDAQ.
It was huge, yeah. YM was crazy yesterday. Oh my gosh, it just like went high at open. That was crazy.
Yeah. So I can go over my trade while we're waiting for the market to kind of shake out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is on micros. And overnight, I took a short. I started with 3 micros. I entered here. This is a 30-minute chart. And then I went to bed. I forgot about the trade, which is nice. I was risking, I used this $200 bracket. So I was risking 600 for 600. I'd already built up, I forgot how much I made yesterday. I posted it on my X. Follow all of us on X if you guys aren't already. So I was comfortable with losing 600, and then I went to bed. I woke up, and then the market was like back to kind of about my entry price. And then it started to go my way. So I added 2 more contracts. So I was in with a total of 5 micros, and then it started to work its way down. And then I was targeting yesterday's low. I thought we could break it, and my take profit was about 10 points below that. It didn't quite go all the way 10 points. Let's see. Yesterday's low was 593, and today, so far, the low is 584, 22,584 in the NASDAQ. It didn't quite get there. I entered with individual, right? Like individually, 1, 1, 1. So the brackets would still work. So that's why these were they all hit the TPs. And then this one, I was like, oh, it didn't hit. And I was hoping it would hit. It was like 50 cents below these. It didn't hit. So I just exited here. So that is my trade, guys.
Yeah, that was good. Right when we started the stream, I saw you had executions, and that candle I don't think was done printing yet. I'm like, how is she already out, like already in and out? You know what I mean? So good stuff.
Yeah, thank you. It is nice to do those overnight trades. This is not advice.
Overnight trades have been kind of hitting lately. I'm not gonna lie.
The overnight trades?
Yeah, no, I have a couple buddies went short on NQ this morning too.
Yeah, nice. Okay, I'm gonna hop in 1 micro here. It just tested VWAP here, also unchanged. It might go higher, guys, right? We have no idea what's going to happen. This is the $200 bracket.
You going long or short?
Short. I have a short bias today because when I looked at the daily on SPX, on the daily in SPX, so that doesn't include the overnight trading that we see in the futures contracts, but the actual SPX chart, it closed 4 days in a row in the green. And so I'm like, it's got to be tired. I'm looking for the short side. And non-farm payrolls is tomorrow. And I guess the schoolhouse fight between Elon Musk and Trump is back on. So I'm looking for shorts today. That's kind of my thinking. We just never know what's going to happen. Okay, market is hovering around unchanged, is down about 19 points in the red. Here we go. Oh, Denny Jones said we hit the 600 likes. Awesome job, guys. So how are we doing with the views? Are we at 600 yet?
500. So another 100.
Okay. Is there bad feedback happening? Ooh, maybe it's.
Can you guys hear us all right?
Yeah, can you guys hear us okay? Oh, okay. Never mind, we're all good. So we have to get our views up to 600 to unlock the first bounty. Everyone, share with all of your friends on all of your socials. Let's unlock the first bounty. Oh, MyFundedFX said it was 600 views. Oh, I didn't see it. Did you guys see it?
Well, why are we just trying to hit it once and bounce back off of it? Did they leave?
Yeah, let's get it up, up, up. I do love trading micros because it's like less stress.
Yeah, MyFundedFutures knows we need to go parabolic. So I call them they're like the CPI candle. I call them the squishy charts. When you're watching data or earnings or something, and you've got a nice little chart, and then you get that big candle, and the whole chart goes squishy and like tiny. Squishy charts. That's my favorite. So we need a squishy chart on the views.
Let's see it. Magnus says, let's see it. Okay, market is just hovering around VWAP. Okay, Anthonio asked, can we trade MOC market on close? Is it considered news? I don't think it's considered news because it would be listed on the tier 1 news. I think what's prohibited is the actual tier 1 news, but I will check into that later. I'll get back to you.
Just NFP, CPI, FOMC.
Yeah. Umlaut said it's not. All right. Market is pushing a little bit in the green. It's trying.
Let's go. NASDAQ is finally strong for a change, making up for yesterday.
Yeah. So
this is what I'm looking at. See how this is the same 5 minutes, and NASDAQ is pushing already up to VWAP, and the ES is not yet. So finally NASDAQ is making a move. On our second candle here, halfway to the 15-minute opening range, halfway through the first 15-minute candle. And I'm still looking to see if this 62.35 on ES holds. This is kind of my, this is where I've been looking to buy stuff today. So
don't you guys think it's so interesting how every trader does it differently? Like every trader does things differently, and we can make money so many different ways. I just think that's so interesting.
yeah, no, I'm actually looking see how 945 closes, see if we get a close above here. And then I kind of like longs. But the thing is, ES got these equal lows right here, and since it has been the stronger one all week, it's not strong right now. So it's just pre-NFP shenanigans, but I need to see more. But I hate to be on the opposite side of Terry here, but if 945
we're at lows on the hourly. Yeah.
Huh?
We're at lows on the hourly.
Yeah. So
there
but NQ, I cannot take away from how fast NQ is pushing up right now. So
yeah, it is pushing.
I was in some degen stuff there, so I'm out now.
Yeah, we did hit it 600.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, yes.
NASDAQ just went 600 to 700, by the way. Oh, that's that kind of little quick move we were looking for on, I don't know. We were talking about it in Discord. 600 to 700.
Let's go, guys. We hit the first bounty. Awesome job. So
that was a beautiful
treasure. Bounce.
Are y'all over on X too? Yeah, you got to keep sharing the stream and all
that.
There's
the code. Yeah. Coffee time 51 for a free reset. 51 free resets. Let us know if you got it.
Is MyFundedFutures, is that Luke in chat?
I don't know. It might be.
You never
Luke.
know.
You never know. Okay, who got it? Gas synthetic.
Brad got it. I know how to say that one.
Okay, I'll call you Gas. Gas got it. Brad got it. Lil Zero Q got it. He's got it. Jan got it. Awesome job, guys. George. Denny Jones, you got it.
We should have a contest to see who retweets the stream first. That should be a contest. I don't know how we track that.
Oh, I like that. Who does it first? Foxtune says that was a surprise. Exactly. We never know. It might be within a minute or two once we unlock the treasure. It might be in 20 minutes. We just never know. MyFundedFutures, you keep us on our toes.
Yeah, that was good. I like that. Yeah, usually people have to wait, and I was like, bam,
Yeah.
Bam.
Bam.
Bam. So I was just looking, what's moving NASDAQ today? We got Tesla major up, and Nvidia is bouncing too. But Tesla made a major, like this first candle on Tesla is crazy.
Oh, can you share Tesla's chart with us, Barbie? Can we look over it together?
So this is the first candle I was talking about on Tesla, this 15-minute. So we literally launched off of 300 on Tesla, made 22. It went up to 322.60 from 300. So that's a pretty major launch. That definitely helped NASDAQ get that initial push, that higher push that the ES didn't match. So that was a fun move. So I think we are retracing some of that now, but I still like what I was seeing earlier with this move off of here. I'm still in some of this, so I'm just gonna keep hoping that this bounce becomes something. It could just be really slow today because of the caution in the market, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing I think of though. There's a reason to be cautious every single day. So we can plan for larger trades. Maybe those aren't going to work on the days that we have to be more cautious, but the scalps will, right? So I'm always trying to find that play that works in the conditions. So that's what I was just trying to look for, some quick little scalps through these little pushes. So that's what I've been playing this morning. And that's that adaptability that we talk about sometimes. So I talk about focusing on one play at a time, and over time you build your playbook, and then you have a menu of things that you can throw. Like if the market's feeling Italian today, we're not going to go out and, bring it sushi. That's not going to work that well. So I always try to bring the right thing to the plate.
Oh, I like that. Yes, like if the market wants Italian that day, you bring Italian. If the market wants sushi that day, you bring sushi.
And we don't always know, like that's the puzzle we're trying to solve every day, but every day is a little bit different. That's why I resist anyway. I know some people still like the plays that are just based on the same amount of points every single day. It doesn't make sense in my brain when we've got different ranges every single day.
Yeah.
But the market can kind of have different personalities. And this is something you get over time, just sitting in the chair and watching the morning session over and over. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's slow. And you get to kind of, it doesn't always give it what we think it's going to give us. But
Yeah,
you can start picking up on those clues.
Like the tariff news. Remember I was talking yesterday about the 280.1 minute candles. Like you can't have a 20 point like expectation for that day, because that's literally like a 5-second candle. You know what I mean?
That's what we were talking about in the Discord, because I have these brackets that are point based, and I decided to completely abandon them in April. Like I didn't touch them. They were useless. And I could have like tried to adjust them, but instead I was just using more basic brackets.
that is the changing the meal type for the appetite of the market. So do you guys kind of look at the daily to give you an idea of like what mood the market is in for what type of food?
Yeah, no,
I mean,
definitely.
that's part of the
I think it
puzzle.
Yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
I think everyone's looking for that one cheat code, and it's not like there's
Mhm.
one cheat code. It's like you have different pieces of the puzzle that you're looking at, and some of them are more important than others. Like some of them will have that detail that you need, and other pieces are just background pieces, but it changes from day to day, and that's the puzzle that we're putting together every day.
CJ says, oh, wow, unlimited uses on the promo. Yes, so the promo is 50% off any size, any type of account on your first purchase using the code YouTube. And then after that, it's 15% off anything like unlimited. So you can just buy however many accounts you'd like to purchase. Yes, and CJ says, best ever. Nick, I saw that you put a level in chat. Tell us more about that level.
Yeah. So I'm actually long right now on NQ.
Okay.
I didn't want to say anything because Barbie was just about to share a screen, but this is kind of what I'm looking at here. Remember I was talking earlier about extremes of the ranges. This is the low of this range from, pretty much late June into July now. I am looking at these relative equal highs up here for price to target too. I'm long at how much am I? I'm long at 685, 22,685. Stop at 22,639. TP is like right up here. If we get here, the only thing that is a little concerning is this. Usually, when we're in consolidations, like as soon as we hit like that first point that we could reject, that's when we reject. But the reason I took this trade is that level is up here. So I'll probably go like stop, either break even or cut it in half once we get here, if we get there. Just, due to being day before NFP and stuff like that. But this is the trade I'm in currently right here. So move up for the move. I can't freaking draw right now.
Nice long. It is pushing higher.
Yeah, so something like that is kind of what I was anticipating.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, it's working out, but knock on wood, because you're still short, right? So I'm like, oh man, like
I'm super long though. I just keep getting more long. So the orb went long. I'm still in my ES longs. I got back in some NASDAQ longs. So if you like what you see, you take it.
yeah, that's kind of the
Exactly.
same thing. Like, you know, that's one thing I like about, you know, the stream and everything. Like, nothing, like, we're not all taking this like same trades. Like, you have an idea, you trade the idea. I have an idea, I trade my idea. Barbie has an idea, she trades her idea. You know, me and her are long off of two completely different things. You know what I mean?
And I'm looking at this
Right.
50 level right now. So on ES, this 6250 level. That's going to be another trim for me. I've been hoping to get up there. I'm going to take it off right before like 49.50. I have too many trades up on my screen. But yeah, just trust me. 62.49.50 is my trim spot there. So we're almost there. And I think we're going to get it. And then I'm going to still have runners going, because I would love to see us fill all the way back into 62.65 up there.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. And then I just kind of I'm in a little smaller version in NASDAQ, just because it's already kind of made a nicer move. So I wasn't sure if it's going to have as much follow through, but why not? Oh, brisket for the 4 sounds great, Glenn. That's a great idea. I like it. I was thinking burgers actually, but I might switch. We could have brisket burgers.
So SBM Trades, you have just one more day to get a payout. Congratulations. Let's go. We want to celebrate you. Oh, and then SBM also signed up for the wait list for Trade Century. I am also on that list. We're all super excited to see it. It is MyFundedFutures platform for trading. It looks absolutely amazing. I know nothing really about it other than that it's fantastic and we can copy trade on it. Yeah. All right, the forum just dropped, you guys. Make sure you fill it out for a chance to win a free 50K starter plus account. Everyone go and fill out the form. It is in chat. It just dropped from MyFundedFutures. Thank you. We love giving away
the ES orb today too. That one I can put on my screen because that one got tagged in. Where are we?
So the 5-minute is tagged in, 15-minute orb people are tagged in.
Yeah, but I decided I'm trying to expand it into ES today too. Okay. In a different account, but yeah, so we're trying that one. So this is the ES version. It's the exact same thing, and it's the same thing. I'm still running it in NASDAQ because I've played this game before with algo trading before, where as soon as I pull an asset, that's the one that comes back. But I just figured I would add. So we're on a different account. I've added the ES orb trade. So we'll just see how that one goes. I do think ES has a little bit more room, but we'll see. I mean, NASDAQ didn't make the move yesterday, so it had a little bit more catching up to do, but we'll see.
MyFundedFutures asked, we might demo Trade Century soon on stream. Would you like that, chat?
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, type in Y if you guys want to see us demo it on stream. I'm going to type in Y. Yes, I want to see it. And MyFundedFutures also said, I will personally DM the social media winners myself. Make sure to share the stream and tag us. Another chance to win something, you guys. Share the stream and tag us on your social media.
There you go.
I'm seeing lots of Ys. You guys do want to see the new Trade Century. Is it? Oh.
Yeah, I look at. I saw like one picture of it. I thought it was just like the MyFundedFX platform. I didn't think it was the futures one. So that's pretty cool. I'll have to go look into it a little bit more. Maybe we'll demo it on here.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I'm going to type in two Ys. Yes, please. We want to see it. Oh, so Barbie, you're long. Nick, you're long. I'm still in short.
Yeah.
All of our trades could work depending on your time frame.
No, I like your stop. I like your stop. I mean, that's there's a level up there for shorts that I can see us get to it and then reject it without hitting your stop loss for sure. So I'm very closely watching this trade and everything, watching the ES too. It's so weird how now ES just wants to not do anything.
Yeah, that's because I got in.
Yeah, blame Barbie.
That's because I did the orb trade. No, the ES number that I liked down there was, and we actually bounced it pre-market, was the 62.35.
Mm-hmm.
So it did get that. It was just a little bit pre-market, and it hasn't come all the way back down. But I did a little ad anyway. But that's why I like the brackets where even when I have that big target, if I can take some off before that. Like I like to book profits before. That's the other reason that I really like trading in micros, is because I can just take a lot of quantity and then I can scale out and get profits booked and move stops. And I don't know. I think everyone's been in that situation where you have a trade go green and then it comes back to red. Like I just can't stand that. No, thank you. So we don't do that as little as possible anyway. I like to get my trims in so that just literally can't happen.
Yeah, it sounds like it's like you have to know your triggers. And for some people, yeah, that's a trigger, like for sure. I hate that too. Or I've noticed for me, if my
just for some people, just only some people hate it when profit goes up, it comes back.
Well, yeah, probably for the majority of people.
I think it's a pretty universal experience. Like I think everyone just felt that in their gut.
Yeah. Nick, what are some of your triggers?
In terms of like doing stuff like bad, or what do you mean? Like just
just like when you think about like triggers for possibly going on tilt or things that might make you feel, yeah.
It's honestly like one of them. Like if I don't get a lot of sleep the night before, I'll come into the market. Like I just get like impatient a little bit, I guess you could say, and like it just messes with my focus. So that's one. If I don't get a whole lot of good sleep, then like I'm very cautious about entering trades. I think that's very important. And then two, I would probably say like the lower time frame charts. Like if I'm very confident, sometimes on like a price going higher or lower, and I don't see my entry on the 5, I will drop down to like the 1 minute sometimes. So that's kind of like my toxic trait, and just try to get in. But the problem is sometimes I'll get stopped out early on the 1 minute, goes lower, and then it comes back higher, and I think I need to like re-enter. So like because there's just so many candles, you think things start to look good. But I haven't done that in a long time. But we all have our things. It's just all about like a lot of times you're going to make a lot of the same mistakes that you did. Like in 5 years, you're still going to make some of the same mistakes, but the cost of them is going to be a lot less. So you may still overtrade. You still may FOMO in, but like instead of blowing an account 5 years ago, today you may just like lose $250 or $300. So that's just one thing. That's just part of getting 1% better each and every day.
Improvement, just a little bit each and every day.
Let's see here. I'm gonna look at this. Guys, get my charts pull up. NQ ES is struggling to get above this. Some gap there. Another thing too I don't like is flat body lows or highs. So there's no wick on this 15-minute candle. Makes me think it's gonna come down and create one and maybe go lower. Hopefully not. NQ doesn't have one. It looks like it does. NQ does have a gap in here, so that's why my stop loss is still right where it's at, because it could create the candle at 10 o'clock, do like a 4 hour new candle, like open low and then high close for the rest of the day. So definitely want to keep my stop where it's at. Unless we get to this 1 hour SIBI, I'll probably cut this in half, maybe go break even or take off. I got 8 micros. I'll probably take off 6 or something, or 5. And then, yeah, so I have my alert set here. But yeah, that's pretty much what I'm watching there. But we have a lot of low resistance liquidity right here. Like not a whole lot of stuff stopping us from going higher. Like not a whole lot of gaps outside this 1 hour gap. So I feel like price should cut through this pretty easily. We'll see what happens. It's been working out so far so good, but ES is just not helping us. Yeah, so there goes that flat body low right there. It now has a
Check
wick.
out Dow and Russell.
Oh man, that's why I'm
Yep.
doing. I don't have Russell pull up, but oh great.
Well, they're
Cool.
both. I have them on my screen. They're not helping us either. So yesterday, the Dow and the Russell were doing
Exactly.
the complete
Yeah.
opposite too. Oh, I got too many things up. Now you can see the Dow and the Russell. With they've not been so enthusiastic this morning. We'll put it that way. So I think we're running into those mixed conditions already again today.
Yep.
Oh, I hope we don't shop early.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Like days before day, if you do intra trade, be selective with the setups, demand cleaner price action, and be a lot more like get your money, get out type of thing. You know, don't. Although I'm holding for a 100-point move, I'm paying attention to the candles. Right, if I start to see some disrespect of some levels on the 5-minute chart,
Disrespectful candles.
yeah, like if I start to see us go through this gap right here, I may just close it early, and then but if we just blow right through here, that'd be great. So
Just blow.
Oh, okay. Krat asked a question. What is the 15% off anything code? Use code YouTube for that. So code YouTube works for that first 50% off any plan, any account size, anything off one account every trader gets, and then still use code YouTube for 15% off all of the accounts. It's unlimited use. So go on and get that. Great question.
Since I'm about to head out here in a minute, I'll just kind of tell everyone my plan one last time. So I'm in this trade right here. This is my exact entry, stop loss, TP. If we hit this 1 hour gap right here, I'd cut your risk either in half or go take partials and then move it to break even, whatever you want to do. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching. Pay attention to how ES closes too. It did make a wick down here, and now it's shooting higher, which is good. But like Barbie said, the Dow and the Russell isn't helping us either. So just pay attention on the 5-minute chart and things like that. But yeah, hopefully this works out and freaking you can get a trade before NFP and come back tomorrow and just NFP is like one of my favorite days to trade. Like even CPI, like I usually just get like the market moves a good bit, and you can just get a setup in there, like around like 9:30, 9:45. But yeah.
Mine too. Good luck on your trade. Before
Yeah,
you
for sure.
go, before
I'll
you
keep
go,
you guys updated in the chat.
yes. And before you go, final thoughts and maybe a quick life lesson you'd like to share with us.
Dang, that threw me on a spot here. Trust the process.
Trust the process.
Oh shit, okay, I see it over here in the chat. Quick life lessons with Nick. Yeah, trust the process in trading, I'd probably say. Even though you don't see results like in terms of P&L really quickly, it's the process that you're building that's the most important part, because those always will if you protect the downside, those will lead to profits eventually and things like that. So yeah, you guys completely caught me off guard with that. But yeah, I did not read the chat. But yeah, I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. And yeah, have a good one.
Thanks, Nick. See you tomorrow.
Peace, guys.
Peace. MyFundedFutures says, trust the process. Trading is a marathon.
But also don't trust it. Like you have to think for yourself too. I think that's kind of been one of the biggest lessons. That's one of the biggest lessons I teach. And I think some of that stuff came naturally since I've been an entrepreneur. Like that's my background, but you do have to take this real seriously.
Focus, take it seriously. Don't go bananas. Would you say?
I like bananas.
Yeah. Heist Tech says, I passed my Starter Plus account. Congratulations. Confetti. Let's hit the confetti for Heist Tech. Awesome job. Keep us updated on how it's going. How's your trade going?
It's still going. I'm just chilling, just waiting for more pop, I guess. I've already taken a lot off, so I mean the trade's protected now. Well, except for the orb. The orb hasn't moved yet. Let's see. We can check in on that one. We've got the ES orb doing nada enchilada, and we've got I got an late entry on this one because I was managing another one, but this is the NASDAQ orb. I wish I'd gotten a better entry on that, but didn't have my order ready.
It's
I was
so
slacking.
pretty. It's so pretty when it's all green. It's green and
Well, this
looks
is the
like
new
such
orb
a
wrangler. I
mystery.
finally got this fixed on NinjaTrader. So we're rocking with that today. I have some more stuff I'm working on. I'm like a day behind everything I wanted to do today or this week, but that's okay. I have Friday's free Friday now, so
Yeah.
still stay on track.
Will you get some time off?
Well, on Friday.
Well, like time off, like from all your jobs, because you have so many jobs and responsibilities.
Well, you don't get a day off from momming.
That's true. Unless you go on like a all girls vacation or something, like a spa trip or something.
Yeah, but these days they want to come.
Chat, type in some messages for us in chat. Let us know if you have any questions that you would like us to answer.
Who's booked some profits this morning? I have a question for chat. Who's booked the profits? Yeah, no stream on Friday, and should be a half day tomorrow too, right? Which they're kind of yuck. I don't usually trade the half days.
Lucas
yeah, we have an
says,
early close. Early close tomorrow, so that's a very different trading situation.
Ooh,
This is the big finale for the week, really.
Today.
Yep. Because well, I mean, even though the futures market will be open, well, there's a half day for the stock market, so it just moves a little bit differently. You have to be real fast. It's like super fast plan because I mean the whole second part of the day is cut off, so you don't have the full session to play with. Oh, Bobo wants to see my truck pics. I'm letting someone else work on my truck later this week. Getting big things done. We'll see.
Yeah, I want to see your truck pics. There, you do share some stuff on Instagram. Your truck
Yeah, it's not
pics.
even that cute right now. It's like slightly taken apart again. So what happened is I started putting an air conditioning in, but then there were like a bunch of side quests. Like, okay, well, since I have the dash out, I'm going to restore it, and since we like have easy access to the windshields, let's fix those. So it's like it's been this whole adventure of side quests, and all I wanted was to put AC in it, but we're gonna have AC, new windows, new dash, all kinds of new stuff.
I can't wait to see it. Yeah, I think it's so interesting knowing how to fix a car. So how are you learning how to do all of this?
Well, I mean, you just do it. So I actually started fixing my first car when I was 15. My parents said, okay, well, we'll buy you a car if it's this. I was like, well, I think I can do better. And I had already been working, so I had a little bit of money, not very much. And I took my $700 and I bought a car that barely drove home. I don't think it made it home, actually. Had one headlight. It was a 1966 Mustang with 1 million miles on it. And I took the thing apart. My goal was to get it put back together by the time I turned 16. Didn't meet that deadline. But I literally took the whole thing apart. I took the seats out, took the steering wheel off, took the engine out, took the wheels off, took the brakes off, took the differential out, took the whole thing apart and put it back together. So, and that was before the internet. Well, before there was internet, but you couldn't Google stuff. There was no Google.
There was no YouTube.
There's no Google, YouTube.
Now you can learn everything on YouTube. I feel like YouTube is the encyclopedia back in the day.
Yeah, so these days it's like I was actually getting made fun of because I was trying to get the windshield wipers off so we could get the windshield out, and I could tell there was a little clip in there, and I was like, I bet there's a trick to this. And I just went and looked at it on YouTube, and some guy was like, sure enough, I couldn't find a video on this, but I figured it out. So here you go. Oh, it's time to trail. Stop over here. Just noticed?
Oh, can you show us or no?
Yeah. So this is on the NASDAQ one. Technically, my trail's supposed to be at break even, but it should be right there. So I'm going to show that it should be around 708, but I'm going to move it up just to protect my trade up where my late entry was. So the ES one is not quite there, but it's about to. So let's see if we can get it.
Market is pumping.
I count that. So both of these orb trades are at break even. I actually realized I accidentally took it in the same account on one of them, the way my copy trader was set up, but that's okay.
NASDAQ is about 46 points in the green.
I still want the 7. Yeah, I'm looking for the 760 level on NASDAQ. I'll probably take something off a little bit before that. But I like how VIX is starting to move down. And this could just be, I don't think this is going to be a massive move. But when we looked at the hourly earlier, and let's see, I can leave this trade up and just show you half of the hourly. Here it is over here. Wait. There we go. This is kind of that we were in the lower range of this just consolidation pattern. So that was kind of my idea for giving me a little bit of a long bias. And then here on this chart, this is the ES chart. Scooch it over a little bit. And this is the hourly also. And so we were, when I look at the levels, like it's just really clear that we're inside of this range. So we're at the bottom of it and looking bullish. That's just buy without thinking too hard about it. So there's the NASDAQ trade. The ES one's not doing as good, but that's why I like it on NASDAQ in theory. So we'll see. I don't actually want this stop to get hit. This is, I hope I turned, this chart's driving me crazy. I hope that's a light bulb for some people. That was a light bulb for me at some point. I don't want you think about where you put your stop, where you're going to take the least amount of pain, but that's not where it should be necessarily. The stop should be where it's least likely to get hit, not most likely to get hit. It's to protect you and make the trade make sense. But that's why, I mean, you don't enter the trade if the stop is going to be in a place where it's likely to get hit. Otherwise, it's likely to get hit and you're likely to lose out on the trade. So I do get nervous when I first move those up to break even, but the whole thought is, and you can always trade it differently. It's just the way I like to do it. The whole thought is I would rather take a break even scratch out than a hard loss when I've already moved into profit.
Yes, and you've back tested your strategy, your system, and this prints money for you, like with your back test. Someone asked, Lucas asked if I'm still in my trade, and I am. I was risking $200 for $200, and I am still short. So my stop is at 22,782. Just hands off, right? I'm just letting it run. Who is short and who is long? Type in chat. F if you're short and L if you are long.
I'm still long.
Yeah, depending on your time frame, someone who's long and short can both make money. I'm seeing lots of longs. J Buzz, you're short. Good luck. JC is long. Mr. Smith says Lort. Simon is in short.
Well, I've got two plays going here, but my NASDAQ on my other account, this is my main account. I'm going to take off here shortly because I got in that one off this little flag break before the orb, and I'm watching the 60 level. So am I out yet? Not yet. Almost out. I've got the ES one showing, but so NASDAQ, it'll hit my other trade will hit around here right before the other one. So Get it, get it,
Oh,
get it. It's so
it's
close.
going.
It's
It's
tempting me
going.
to drag my take profit down, but I'm trying to hold strong. Hold strong. Hold strong. Don't move the
So
take
the
profit.
people who are trading the 30-minute orb, they would be tagged in right now. Market is bullish. 60 points in the green so far. Anything can happen. Roman Art says, I am now all out of my longs. My take profit of
Oh my gosh.
22,749, and I got it for 3K on my free 100 eval starter plan.
It just bounced off of my take profit. Take it. Take it.
Oh,
There it goes.
man.
Okay, my big NASDAQ play is off.
Woohoo!
Let's go get this smaller one now. Go get it. Go get it. Go get it.
Go,
I'm still in
Barbie,
ES
go.
too. I actually have been kind of degenning a little bit on ES. I just really liked that buy down there at the 35 level. But let's go.
Let's
blow
go.
the screen, Roman. Now we gotta get the orb one booked. Where are we on the ES one? ES one's not trying to do orb yet. It is a little bit, but we're just at first target, which is a good target. I'm gonna share about that version of it soon. I just have to finish getting the graphics made for y'all. All right, we're almost there.
Almost there. Such a pretty trade.
Oh yeah, it got my TP that time. We'll see if on my other trade. That other trade was really just I liked that 22,600 buy on NASDAQ. It was in that same area as the 62.35 on ES. This is a classic Barbie trade. This is the trades we were doing like 3 years ago when we first started our own Discord and everything. Just buying the levels.
It's working. Pine Tree Trader, you must be long too. You're saying get up there.
Even if you're not, that's one of the cool things about a trading chat is like you can root for someone else's trade, even if you're already booked or you didn't get in it. Like you can still celebrate. I think that's good energy to have instead of saying like, "Oh, why am I not in this?" You can be like, "Yes, Dave's making money."
Yes, exactly. And like even if your trade doesn't work, like my trade is underwater, but that's okay because I'm trying to focus on my process, like the big picture. And some trades are going to make money and some trades aren't going to. And that's just such a big part
I'll tell
of
you, so
trading.
I had it was small, but I had a very, very rare red day on Monday. And I that always makes me feel like it makes me second guess myself. Like I don't know what I'm doing. Even though it was like a couple accounts were down $200 and then my main account was down $500, it really like was well within my plan, but I was just like, and then yesterday was really slow. I think I ended up with like $100, but that's why I show up every day is I don't know which day is going to have the seize part and give me my perfect opportunity. That's why you show up every day. So here's my opportunity making up for the rest of the week, and it has made up for it and then some. So we're good.
We never know what the day will bring or what mood the market is in for what type of food. People are asking for merch. MyFundedFutures. Denny Jones says, I want to get a mug and a hoodie. Yeah, that would be awesome if we can get some merch for everyone.
We got Trading Ranch mugs.
Oh, do you have one in front of you that you can show?
Well, they're like this, but you can get one to put your own name on it too. So mine says I trade with Bull Barbie, but there's a blank one, so you can write in your own name. They were kind of a joke from a few years ago. That's it, bullbarbie.com.
Lucas says, I want a MyFundedFutures shirt.
Yeah, they need to put that stuff up. Okay, the orb, the NASDAQ orb is done. I'll switch over. Isn't this so pretty? I love this. I got it where it's displaying the numbers over here too, which was kind of a situation, but we got it.
Awesome. Nice trade.
So the ES one, as usual, this is the way I expected the orb to work. Is like NASDAQ does it and ES is like, maybe we'll do it.
Ooh, My Funded Futures says, how about My Funded Future Hawaiian shirt and My Funded Future meetup in Miami? Yes.
Someone
Yes,
wants
yes,
a
yes.
vacation.
Let's go.
We still got to get Burke down to the ranch to trade with me. We'll see if he can convince me to trade some ICT nonsense.
Burke makes this whole show production possible. Burke and Marcy. We would be like wandering the streets without Burke.
He's closer now. Just get in your car, go on I-35 and go south.
My Funded
He
FX
says he's
said,
going
I
to make
want
me
My
love.
Funded Futures pants.
Burke says he's going to make me love ICT. Should I join the cult? I joined the Labubu cult. Where's my Labubu? It's back there, I think. Yeah. I joined the
J-Top
Labubu
says,
cult.
meet up at the ranch. Only if you're invited, J-Top. Don't just show up there. People in Texas, they have lots of
Oh yeah,
guns.
yeah. We do have rules about that here in Texas, and
Yeah.
they're kind of FAFO type of rules. Wait,
Coach Fred. Hey team. Coach Fred says, hey team.
yeah.
So what do you
yeah,
think
I mean,
about a
fair
meetup
value
in
gaps are single
Miami?
prints. That's market profile, but Miami's okay. We can
You've
do
been there?
Miami. Yeah.
I think maybe Miami, like in the winter, would be fun if we did a meetup. Maybe our first meetup will be in Texas, and then maybe the second one could be in like Miami in the winter or something. Texas is
They
really
want to see
hot
my
right now,
gun
though.
collection. I've got some good ones. I still want to get an 1895. I kept meaning to pick one of those up, but they were really hard to buy when they were switching the manufacturer. I can go get one now. I just need to go get one.
Lucas says Miami meet. Meet up in New York, Josh says. Yeah, New York City would be fun. They have good pizza there.
Why do I trade just one micro? This is a trade. This is the what is this? This is the orb demo. So I trade. I haven't counted how many accounts because I've added some, but it's close to 20 accounts. So I can't show you 20 accounts. I'm not going to anyway. Some of them are trust accounts and things, but this is the trade that I'm showing. So you can scale this however you want to. You can scale it with 20 minis if you want to. I don't. This is just one of many trades I'm going to take today. So I have it. The way that I have things set up is I'll have a leader account and then it can scale to different accounts the way I want it to. And this is just the way I do it. So it's a lot easier to scale from one.
Yeah, and especially with the size of the drawdowns that we have. So
yeah, it can be. So especially sometimes this trade on a mini would be $2,000 or $3,000 a drawdown. So that's another. It just makes it so much easier to trade it in micros. So
yeah. What do you think about doing the wheel, Barbie?
let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's give away some accounts to our loyal listeners and viewers. You guys are so awesome. You make this all possible. So this is for a free 50K starter plus account. Barbie, do you want to announce the names and I'll cheer us on?
Let's do it. I'm gonna make this bigger so I can read them.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Arc Trader, you get one.
Woohoo! Congratulations.
Alrighty. Well, you only get one. So
Yes. You only
Arc
get
Trader,
one.
you can still get one. This wheel is from the forum earlier, and there's always a forum, so keep always watching for that link, and that's how you get on there. All right, Mahi for trade. You get one.
Congratulations. 50K starter plus account. Free.
Jake Hoff, you get one. Liquidity, you get one.
Woohoo!
I see what you guys are trying to trick me in chat and make me read your names. I see you. Owana that guy got one.
Congratulations! Free 50K starter plus account.
We had a normal name in there. Wadadon.
Woohoo!
Did I do that right? Guys, so Robert Lopez 87 gets one. If they hit remove, then we don't have your names. So let them do it the way they got to do it. We're doing it the way we got to do it. All right, who we got? That guy, that guy got one.
Khalid, congratulations.
Yeah, there's like a name hidden in the middle of that, wasn't there? I missed it. Philippines.
Woohoo! Free 50K starter plus account.
Adam 50.
Congratulations, Adam.
Fusion Funds.
Congratulations. Free 50K starter plus account. No activation fees. It's free.
Ducky Quack. You get one. Thank you for making something we can read. Simon wants 100 more. I don't know about that.
5 more. We're spinning extra.
ADEL or AQEL 1985. That guy gets one. Even if I can't say your name, you still get one.
Congratulations. Let's go.
Vuxend. This is the last one.
Last one. It could be you.
Mike he's been here a long time. I think he's won something before too, but that's all right. You come here every day, you can win more stuff.
Congratulations, you guys. Someone asked, how do I get on that list? So we do drop a form throughout the day, and it is dropped in chat, and then make sure you fill it out and your name will be entered into the drawing to win a free account. And so there will be another one throughout the day. So hang out with us, and when it drops, you'll see it in chat.
All right,
congratulations to all the winners.
The ES trade is going here. Hopefully we'll get something booked on this. I'm still in 2 different accounts on ES. I kind of wish I was still in NASDAQ, but I'm good. We still got ES to try to catch up here. And I'm still really watching. Well, ES has a few things to do, but it's first got this. I'm trying to make sure I'm on the right chart here. This immediate pre-market consolidation area up there. So I'm going to take a trim there. And then I'm still seeing if we're going to fill in this whole kind of chop zone up to 62.65. So that'll be my final runner. But the orb is kind of in the middle of that. So I know the orb's good because the orb would take off at the highs of this pre-market and the immediate pre-market consolidation. So I kind of like that. We'll see if it gets that. Go, go, go.
It is going. Oh, someone asked, I don't see the form. Yes, so the form is dropped throughout the day. Like, we don't know when, but when it drops,
there should be another opportunity.
Yes. And then we have the form for a freebie, and then we also have the code drops. So that's another way you can win a free account. And that is for all of our wonderful, amazing, loyal viewers and listeners. You guys all rock. This week's promo is use code YouTube for 50% off any account. And then after you purchase that account, all accounts that you purchase with the code YouTube after that is 15% off. So any size account, code YouTube to help support the show and our traders on the show. Your trade
I was
is
just asking.
printing.
Oh, there it goes. It printed.
Congrats.
Yay. I mean, everything's green today. I'm going to probably be done after this. But I did want to answer a question real quick. Someone was asking me how important VWAP is. I don't know if it's like, I mean, I could trade without it, but it's my favorite moving average. So if I'm going to use a moving average, it's probably going to be VWAP. I used to trade with a lot of moving averages, and then at a point I was like, this is too much. This is noise. So I took those off. But so yeah, I could trade without it, but I really like it, especially the regular trading hours one. So I'll trade with both. I keep both on my chart because if I'm trading over the overnight hours or anything, I really want this one. But then I have this dotted one that shows up for the RTH. I favor this one during the regular session. But if you watch it, like that is the bounce line. It always favors this VWAP, and it makes sense to me because that would be the one that's the actual index trading during the session. So,
And
I
someone
know
yesterday,
algos are using those, the big algos.
yes, someone yesterday asked, what is the significance of VWAP?
Well, it's the volume weighted average price. So it's a moving average. It's taking the average price, but it's weighing it by volume. So in the times when there's less volume, it's going to be more flat. Like overnight, it's going to be a lot more flat. And then when you're taking, I don't have we should pull up the equation. We could pull it up, but there's it's going to throw volume into that equation to kind of add that extra bit of information. I mean, if you'll notice, every single like tool that I use has some sort of volume component, and that just kind of happened naturally. But I've studied volume profile, which is volume over price instead of just over time. And I've studied market profile, which is, it looks at kind of the same sort of thing, but it's broken up by the session. And like everything always comes down to volume. Order flow, when you're talking about level 2 or reading the tape or reading level 2 or watching the flow, it's all volume. It's always volume. So if I'm going to pick an EMA, it just makes sense for it to be a more volume-based one.
And we can share my screen. I did pull up that equation for us.
Oh, thank you.
For anyone who's interested in seeing the math. So a lot of institutions, they will use VWAP to help execute. It's like a measurement of how well they executed their orders for their large clients. How close to VWAP price did they get as far as a good price with selling a ton of volume or buying a ton of volume? So here's the equation for VWAP. Price times volume, the sum of that divided by volume. Yeah. What Barbie said.
I also like it because we're always talking about, one of the number one questions that new traders always ask me is, what time frame? Well, VWAP doesn't matter. VWAP is always VWAP because it's based on the volume. So it's not going to change if you go up to the hourly and then back down to the 15 minutes. It's VWAP. It's always VWAP. Oh, yes. Let's go get 65. I'm sorry.
Let's see your chart.
Having a
Let's
good
end
day.
on a win.
We can watch the NASDAQ one here too. I mean, NASDAQ is really, really looking powerful here, but I mean, NVIDIA's cranking too. You just can't fade NVIDIA.
This is looking like a trend day. It's just gone up, up, up during New York.
It is. It's just the one thing I'll kind of watch is on this chart. I didn't draw this out, but I can. I'm just always kind of visualizing this sort of thing. I'm going to make it a different color real quick so we can see it. But we've got this shape happening. And so my whole idea for all of these trades was buying this level that was at the range low and then see if we can get the range high. That's why I'm taking it off at 65. That's the level that the market has continually gone to. It could keep going up and look for that pre-market high, but this is the easy trade for me, right? So I want to take the easy money.
We like easy money.
That's why that's why everyone is wanting to trade, right? They think it's easy money, and then you get here and you go after the hard money. So, we all do it. I'm not calling anybody. I'm calling myself out here too. We've all done that. Like you end up going for the hard money instead of the easy money. But
definitely. Last minute thoughts, Barbie?
Kill it. Go hard. Yeah, try to just, if I hope that y'all made some money this morning. If you didn't, just, take that breath, because like I said earlier this week, I wasn't getting the results that I wanted, but because I've done this enough, I know that if I just keep showing up and protecting my accounts when I'm not trading well, or if I'm not reading the market well, making sure my accounts are protected so that when I do have the day when the stars align and I get the move that I want, I can be here to capture it. And I have the accounts to capture it. I haven't blown accounts, all that. So, and go hard.
Go hard. Thanks, Barbie. Have a great day, and we will see you tomorrow.
All right. See y'all.
Bye. Let's welcome Ash Trace to the show. Hey, Ash.
Hey, good morning. How are we
Good
doing
morning.
today?
It's good. Excellent. We printed, my account is green. Barbie's account is green. I believe Nick should be green because he went in long. I did take a loss on the show, but no biggie. It was $200 risk. So we are still green. We're good. How are you?
Amazing. I mean, so it sounds like we all have different ways of viewing the market, yet we all captured the longs.
They captured longs. I was in short earlier. Like I did overnight swing on the short. So I caught the leg down, which is awesome before. Yeah, it's good. Sticking to our process. We did briefly discuss process, and just sticking to your process. That was Life Lessons by Nick. And yeah, what do you think about that? Like process, focusing on the process, like maybe you might not print money all the time, but focusing on the process?
Yeah, I mean, that is key in my opinion. If you could really pay attention to your process and just allow the results to be a byproduct of it, that's going to keep you out of all those emotions that you're going to endure during the time of trading. And we all know that this is a emotional roller coaster if you could let it. So being focused on the process kind of divides your emotion to having a process. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Well, I hope you have a great show. Thanks, chat. This was a great day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All righty. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye. Bye, chat.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's up, chat? How is everybody doing today? Sounds like if Nick gave you the longs already, then it's probably going to be a pretty repetitive stream for me. Me and Nick have a very similar way of trading the market, so I wouldn't be surprised if what I have to cover here has already been covered this morning. So we'll take some time to say good morning to the community, welcome everybody into my segment, and then we'll get into the information. But hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing today? Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Very excited to get back on here with you all. Another day to continue gaining conviction, gaining experience, collecting data, and getting 1% better in our business every single day. It's a pleasure to be around other like-minded professionals, getting to work with other people that continue to keep striving to get better every single day. It really helps in terms of providing value. We get to see different points of view, different perspectives, yet we all end up taking the same position. It just goes to show you that exactly what they were saying, process over results. Focus on the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of it. So I hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. For anybody that didn't hear my announcements, the first 2 days of the week, I'm just going to run through them real quick again. I don't know if there's any new viewers or not, so I just want to make sure that we get through the announcements as well. Friday's a bank holiday. Everybody here in the U.S. likes to participate in 4th of July, so there will not be a stream that day. All right. Non-farm payroll. Non-farm payroll is normally the first Friday of every single month, but it's on Thursday this week. Okay, so quick little change in schedule. Just got to make sure we're aware of it. Make sure everybody knows we're not streaming Friday. Make sure everybody's aware of the high impact news driver. Non-farm payroll and CPI are our two most volatile events, so we always need to keep track of them. Seeing that that is tomorrow is very important. Okay, so other than that, let's see how chat's doing so far this week. Are you green on the week? Type 1 in chat if you are. Are you red on the week? Type 2 in chat if you are. Type 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade this week. See how chat is doing. Then we'll get into some information here. I hope everybody's week is going well. Hope everybody's day is going well. What a beautiful move this morning. We're going to go over this any minute here. Congratulations to everybody that caught the longs. This was a quick one. Right to the target, virtually no drawdown. If every day could be like this, then our life would be much easier, but that's not the case. Let's see how chat is doing so far. Let's hop over there and see if we're red or green. Bunch of ones. So everybody that's typing ones, were they from the longs? Did you capture longs today? And if so, what did you capture? Was it a breaker? Was it support and resistance? Was it an opening range breakout? What was it? What got you green today? Was it the logic that you provided to your decision making? Greenest I've ever been. I love to hear that. Green is good. And greenest you've ever been sounds like a record. So congratulations. Very good job. So I'm going to hop into the information. Then we can have a discussion about it. Whether this is repetitive or not, I need to come in and complete my business. So this is, my chance to document it. Me and my communities got to take advantage of this long. I live stream in my communities and on my channels as well. So it's going to be hindsight now because the information's already been completed. If you want the pre-market analysis, if you want the in real-time action, then you got to watch the live streams. Let's take this off. We will come back to this. This was the position that occurred this morning, but you know me. I need to get out to the higher time frame first. We need to provide logic to our decision making through the concepts that we view price. That's how we actually develop a game plan, then execute the game plan. So you need to know the reasons how or why we do things. That's what's going to get you into a position before the position occurs. Okay, so whether you're just tuning in now or if you watched my live streams on my channels, the information remains the same. Okay, so as always, we're going out to the daily chart. And on the daily chart, we're looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. We look to put our emphasis in terms of analysis on the most recent information. Okay, so the most recent thing that just occurred was that price tapped into a daily bullish FEG. Okay, so a bullish area to have a bullish bias. Therefore, looking for longs today makes complete sense. There's very clear bias here. Price tapped into a bullish daily FEG. Even better, it was right below the previous day low. So a significant form of liquidity in terms of previous day low. We take out the previous day low inside of a bullish FEG. Those two things give me a bullish bias. Okay, then to understand whether that idea is confirmed or not, that's when we look for a crack in correlation. And it's very clear here this morning. NQ took out previous day low. If you move over to ES, you can see that ES did not take out previous day low. Very clear bullish SMT on the higher time frame. So now we have a bullish bias. We have a confirmation to a bullish bias. That's when you go in during your hunting hours and look for an entry for long positions. That's why we went down to NQ here. And what do we get during New York Open? A bullish unicorn, right? Our entry function. You get a swing low, you get a swing high, you get a new low, then you get a new high. That's your breaker block. You outline the highest up close candle before the leg down that took liquidity. Here's the breaker here. Once we have a breaker, we need an FEG to be aligned with it. You can see the FEG here. Right, so FEG plus breaker block equals unicorn. That's the model we trade. But you have to understand that we started from the top down. You have to understand that if you can't provide logic to your decision making, then an entry pattern doesn't matter. What you need in terms of probabilities is higher time frame logic. That's why it always starts on the daily chart. So it was very clear that NQ tapped into the daily bullish FEG. It was very clear that there was daily bullish SMT. That's the logic that we're moving forward with to then look for longs during our hunting hours. Then we get a long entry function, a bullish unicorn, right? And just to top it off, as if the probabilities can't get any better, you have a very clear draw on liquidity. We spoke about it many times. We'll continue to keep speaking about it because this is what creates probabilities. Equal highs or equal lows. Look how clean this is. It shouldn't be that way. The fact that it is this clean, the fact that the right side are failure swings. Remember, when we deal with equal highs or equal lows, we always want the right side to be the failure swing. Seeing these failure swings, creating these multiple equal highs here, make it very clear that that is the draw on liquidity. Okay, so now you have time, right? We're dealing with the most important element, which is executing during New York Open. Look at when this execution occurs. Right at New York Open, 9:30, 9:35, 9:40, New York Open. So time being the most important element. Second most important element being bias or draw on liquidity. It was very clear on the daily chart that we tapped into a bullish FEG. It's very clear that there's equal highs right here. Then, to act as a confirmation to that idea, you see the bullish SMT on the daily chart. Now we could go to the last step of looking for an entry function, and here it is. You have your unicorn model. Absolutely gorgeous. From top down, all of the logic is there. The concepts that we view price are present leading up to the position. Then you get a confirmation to the position. It gives you an entry and virtually no drawdown. You really couldn't ask for anything better than this. Don't expect this to happen majority of the time because it's never this easy. Okay? Understand that it's not this frequent that you're just going to get virtually no drawdown and run right to the target. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's the same exact position Nick had. I saw Barbie got a W as well. Congratulations to everyone. I couldn't be more happy that we're all green today. And that leads me into the second portion of the conversation that I wanted to have is that, we're all talking about different perspectives, yet we're capturing the same position. That should go to show you, any of the viewers or any new traders, that there's no secret sauce. There's no holy grail. There's no perfect trading model. There's no key to accessing profitability. It comes down to you being capable of identifying something and then being able to risk properly. We all got longs this morning, yet we all have different ways of capturing it. That is what is so special about the market. So many different points of view, yet we all get to the same place. We all get to the same goal. That is amazing. So now that I completed the top-down analysis, let's see who was able to capture the longs. So throw a fire emoji this time. Let's change it up from numbers to emojis. Throw a fire emoji in chat if you were able to capture the longs to the equal highs. Let's see who was able to capture the longs, be an independent thinker, and execute this information on their own. Lots of fire emojis. That's what I'm talking about. Very good. Let's go. Let's go, chat. I love that for everybody. That's the goal here. The goal is to become an independent thinker. Okay? Don't look for any type of signal service. Don't look for somebody to tell you what to do. Obtain the skill on your own. That way, you have the knowledge that nobody could take away from you. That's the reason why we're all here. To be able to have the skill to create an income where all you need is electric and internet. So nobody can take that skill away from you. And that's what we're here developing every single day. That's why we continue to go over this logic every single chance we can get. Whether it's repetitive, whether it's entertaining, whether it's educational, however you view it, that's the goal here. The overall goal is for us all to become independent thinkers so that we can all have a skill that nobody can take away from us so that we have another source of income. That's what we've been doing during my segment, during the other host segment. We're trying to provide value every single chance we can get. So if you're getting any value from it, do me a favor, sub to the channel, like the video, turn the notifications on. We continue to keep going live. We're even doing giveaways. I love the fact that we do giveaways here on the channel as well. So sub to the channel. I believe the chat is sub-only mode, so that way you can communicate with us here in chat as well. Now that we've completed our objective today, this is usually where traders are, this is where they make progress or they fail. What you do in between trades is going to drastically change your results. Okay, so for example, if you're the individual that captured the long here this morning, are you now sitting there saying, I have a huge cushion to work with. Let's see if we can run this account up. Type it in chat. Are you choosing, after you take a winning trade, do you choose to continue trading thinking that you have a cushion to work with? That's option number one. So type 1 in chat if you're the individual that will continue to keep trading after a winning trade. Type 1 in chat if you're that individual, or type 2 in chat if you're the individual that says the objective has been completed. I'm very happy that I got a result to my logic. I'm going to be done for the day. I'm going to go work on health. I'm going to go work on other businesses. Are you the individual that is going to keep trading? Type 1 in chat. Or are you the individual that is going to step away, deal with delayed gratification, and be satisfied with enough? Type 2 in chat if you're that individual. We started off with some ones. Okay. Some risk takers, some risky individuals. That's okay. Then we get some twos, more twos, which in my opinion, that's what I like to see. My answer would be number 2. In my opinion, I'm more than okay with delayed gratification. I would rather move to the sideline. I would rather go to the gym and work on my health. That's one of the reasons why I started this business, is to have more time, right? I specifically don't want to be staring at the screen for 24 hours a day, every day. If I did want to do that, I would just get a 9 to 5. So in my opinion, risk management is the number 1 priority at all times. Okay. You need to be dealing with delayed gratification in a proactive manner, right? That's why we go to the gym. Go read some books afterwards as well, get some fresh air, get outside. But in my opinion, the position we're sitting in now that the objective has been completed, would be to move to the sidelines, turn off all devices. Okay. and don't even think about taking another trade today, you're not going to get better than this. This, I mean, virtually no drawdown. This thing just is mooning after that. One entry and they're just running higher. Incredible. ES still lagging a bit. We can move over to ES to take a look at this as well. NQ was able to run London highs. They did a good job moving higher. You could go take a look at it in NVIDIA. It makes perfect sense why NQ is running higher. NVIDIA is doing a good job moving higher today. Got a nice gap to fill here. So I don't talk about stocks much. There's a correlation here, and I believe Barbie was talking about it earlier. So just visit her segment if you want to hear more about that. But nonetheless, the job's been done now. This is absolutely amazing. We'll see if ES wants to run the highs too. So now moving forward, right? Now moving forward, the only thing I would be looking at is to see if ES wants to follow. Will ES make it to the highs as well? Other than that, the job on NQ has been done. No more interest here. This is nice to see in terms of structure. Now we're out on the hourly chart. After tapping into a daily bullish FEG, we now have an hourly bullish change in the state of delivery. So in terms of market structure, that conversation that we were having Monday and Tuesday about needing additional information to understand whether we should remain neutral or not, this is that additional information that I'm talking about. We have higher time frame logic. We tapped into a bullish daily FEG. There was bullish SMT there. And now we have a very clear and decisive bullish change in the state of delivery. So that neutral bias from Monday and Tuesday, now I'm sitting here saying that the bulls are still in control, that we have not become bearish yet, that we're probably going to see new all-time highs for ES too. So I would remain bullish. I was neutral for Monday and Tuesday, but the information that's being presented now makes me say ES wants to go to new all-time highs as well. Okay, so moving forward, we've completed today's information, and now we're continuing to analyze to understand how to move forward. And that's where I'm saying I'm going to remain bullish. See if ES can make it to new all-time highs. ES still has the target here. The structure on NQ looks very clean, very decisive, very energetic. So this looks like the bulls are clearly still in control. Okay, so this will be my line in the sand. Whether I know I'm right or wrong, okay? NQ, anything above this looks like ES will go to new all-time highs. I don't care how clean this is. This is just an area. It does not have to perfectly touch the line and bounce. I'm going to be looking at this area, right? Anything in here. If that provides support for price, I'm looking for ES to take new all-time highs, right? Two correlated assets should be moving the same at the same time. When they are moving the same at the same time, that's when we have a clear direction, right? So Monday and Tuesday, I've been neutral because the two correlated assets were doing something completely different both days. That to me sounds like indecision. That to me is why I was neutral and why I was staying on the sideline. Now that we have two markets moving in the same direction, very clearly and decisively, now I'm getting the information I'm looking for to continue further. So I'll remain bullish. It looks like the bulls are still in control, and look for ES to take out new all-time highs using this information. This will be my line in the sand. I'll know whether I'm right or wrong for that idea. If this area stays in contact, however you want to say it, if this area provides support for price, then I'm looking for higher prices. We could do this. We could do this. However this ends up happening, If this area holds as support, we're looking for ES to go to new all-time highs. All right, so now we have today's action, complete review of today's trade, and we also have some forecasting to look forward to. If you have any questions or information regarding that, let's do the second half of my segment for questions and answers. It's just been analysis so far, so now I want to communicate with the community. I want to see what you guys are thinking. If there's any information I could help you with, throw any type of question or information in the chat. If I didn't see your question yet, that's because I've been focusing on the chart. So now I'm going to head over to chat, which is over on the other screen. So throw a question or information in the chat. We can do that for the second half of my segment. Everybody knows the information from today and the forecast for the future. So if you found any value in that, do me a favor, sub to the channel, like the video. And now I'm going to head over to chat. While I do that, I'm going to take a quick sip of water as well. All right, let's take a look. Heading over to chat now. Let's take a look. I'm going to throw ES on here now. I want to see if ES wants to complete the move, if it wants to follow NQ or not. So we'll leave it on ES as we're waiting and watching, as we're going over information. Do I ever take partials? No, I'm the individual to do stop loss or take profit. I accept the risk before the risk is taken. I've made a decision in terms of my management. That way, while I'm managing, I know exactly what my execution should be. So, for example, if I'm not saying what's right or wrong, so hear me clearly. You should think as an independent thinker and make the decisions for yourself. And you should make those decisions before you execute. So during the time of execution, you know exactly what you're doing. And the question I have for you is, are you going to be the individual to raise your stop loss above break even when you're nicely in profit? That's the first question that you need to decide for yourself. Or are you just going to leave it at the invalidation and never move it? That's the first question. Second question is, do you take partials or not? You need to answer these questions before you execute, because you don't need to be getting fluttered. You don't need to have any emotional inducement during the time of. You should know what you're doing before you do it. That's an educated approach. That way, during the time of execution, it's just muscle memory. There's no decisions to make. You just allow the probabilities to play out. So figure out for yourself whether you're going to do stop loss or take profit. That's one type of execution. Figure out if you're going to do partials. That's another type of execution. Figure out if you're going to do stop loss to break even. I'm not saying what's right or wrong. I'll let you know that my business, the way that I approach my risk management, is that I do stop loss or take profit. I accept the risk before the risk is taken. Then I only want one or two outcomes: a loss or a win, a stop loss or a take profit. Those are the only two results I want. You also have to understand that depending on which prop you use, a lot of props don't allow overnight trading. So please read the rules. Once again, do your due diligence before executing, right? Because the only other scenario there is when the market closes, if my position hasn't seen a result, then you have to manually close because you're not allowed to hold it overnight. That's the only other outcome. I respect it, but I hate when winners become losers. There shouldn't be any emotion behind any result, whether it's a win or a loss. You shouldn't have any kind of emotional response to it. You should feel the same about winners. You should feel the same about losers. And anything that happens in between those two things, it doesn't matter. You should be focusing on your process, allowing the results to be a byproduct of it. Feels like I'm being greedy. Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to point to, the feeling. There shouldn't be any feelings. It should be objective, right? If you're going to be subjective, right? If you're going to be influenced by something, then you're going to change your decisions all the time. Or you could be objective, right? That's making decisions without an influence. You can just make the decision beforehand and accept the results. That's what being objective would be. It's definitely not easy. That's another thing. You know, we are human beings, so it's human nature. We weren't taught this way. We didn't grow up this way. It's completely, oh, surprise. Surprise. 52 free resets using code energetic52. Who's paying attention? Another surprise code today. 52 free resets using code energetic52. Who got one? I love that we do some surprises every now and then. Who got one? Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the free resets. That's a huge W. Once again, more giveaways. It's absolutely incredible how many giveaways we do on this channel. 52 free resets using code energetic52. Throw a W in chat if you were able to get one of the free resets. Congratulations, everyone. Let's go. Let's go. Congratulations. Yeah, there is a lot of people watching, so you got to understand that that was only 52 resets. So that's, you know, 10% of the people watching would even be able to get one. You got to be quick. That's kind of the point to the surprises. Sometimes we'll do it scheduled. Sometimes there'll be surprises. Sometimes we'll do the wheel. Sometimes we'll do the form. We like to change it up. That way, the people that are participating get rewarded for it. So congratulations for the people that were able to capture one. Huge W. Where did we leave off? That was a nice surprise. That definitely got me off topic. So congratulations to whoever called a W. Where did we leave off? We got another 25 minutes for my segment. So again, we're just doing questions and answers right now. If you want to do any type of question or information, feel free to throw it in chat. Throw any type of questions or information in chat. For the last 25 minutes of my segment, we're going to do question and answers. It could be anything about this business. Just a quick recap of some of the announcements too. I don't know if there's any new viewers that just recently joined the segment. Please be aware that Friday is a bank holiday. We will not be live streaming on Friday. Please be aware that NFP was moved to tomorrow morning. NFP is normally on Fridays, the first Friday of every month. This month, it's on Thursday. So please be aware of the important times. Beautiful move here on NQ. This thing just doesn't even want to stop. The next targets are these equal highs here. So you have some equal highs here. You have a swing high here. Multiple targets above for this thing to keep going. More equal highs there. We'll look to target these next while we target ES and new all-time highs. Let's put this on here. That way we know what we're looking for. We are looking for higher prices, multiple targets above. NQ just doesn't want to stop for anybody. Thing is running. Ash, I just passed my 100K starter plus. Let's go. Congratulations, Donovan. Huge. Another huge W. Where would I have entered? I already explained my top-down analysis. I already showed the position. The breaker block plus FEG, right? The unicorn model is right here. Explained that during the top-down analysis. If you need to just re-watch my segment, if you need the top-down analysis, this was the long position that everybody took this morning, right here. That long position's already completed its objective. How can someone become an independent thinker? Putting more time in. Work more. Spend more time with price action. Gain more data through experience. More experience is going to create more conviction. Right? You see me showing up to my session, showing up to these live streams every single week. Doesn't matter if a trade is put on or not, I'm going to work. So conviction is built through experience. Show up to your session every single chance you get. The work will prove the value. All you do is enter on the pullback. So there's many different terminologies that you can use. It really doesn't matter at this point, right? So for even simpler terminology, this is just a simple downtrend here, right? When the downtrend breaks out, that's insight to bullish momentum. So we're looking to enter longs and target the highs, right? There's so many different ways to say this. It's just the market was at a higher time frame point of interest, right? It was at the daily bullish FEG, this right here. Since it was at the daily bullish FEG, we were looking for any reason to long this thing, right? The bullish SMT, bullish change in state of delivery, the bullish breaker, whatever you want to call it. It was the logic. It's not, when you have a entry function, that's not enough. It's the logic that you provide to your decision making that creates these probabilities. Ash, 5-minute chart, 825 candle seems to be the breaker. No, that is incorrect. That is an incorrect statement. What I've highlighted right here is the breaker. The 805 and the 810 candle, those are the breaker. 825 is incorrect. That is incorrect. So this candle here is not the breaker. Why is this not the breaker? This is a very good learning opportunity for anybody that's been working with me. Let's see if chat can answer this instead of me just handing out the information. Why is number 1 the correct breaker and why is number 2 incorrect? Why is number 2 the incorrect breaker? Why is number 1 the correct one? I'll give it some time for people to answer before just handing it out. We're looking to understand why number 2 is incorrect for identifying the breaker versus number 1. Amazing job, chat. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right, so now for anybody that didn't get it correct, majority of chat got it correct, so I don't even really have to go over this, but there were some people that didn't, so let's just go over it real quick. A bullish breaker will be a swing low, then a swing high, then a new low, then a new high. Each one of these locations, right, number 1, price changed direction at this location. So this is a swing point right here. And to define a swing point, it's a 3-candle pattern where the second candle of the pattern has the lowest low. Candle number 1 and candle number 3 have higher lows compared to candle number 2. That's what a swing low is. You need to have a swing low. You need to have a swing high. You need to have a new low, then a new high. So you have to have all 4 of these institutional swing points. This is what creates a breaker. Okay? Then, to correctly identify a breaker, you will always find the breaker in between number 1 and number 2. A bullish breaker will always be an up-close candle. We need to find the highest up-close candle in this leg here. We extend that out in time, and that's our breaker. Then we want to see an FVG aligned with it. Okay, now that we understand breaker, let's go to actual price action and review the same exact information. We must have swing points. So you can see that this is a swing low here. This is a swing high here. You get a new swing low here. Then you get a new high up here. Right? So if we were to draw it out, it would look like this. That is why 825 cannot be a breaker, right? The swing points are right here. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. We always find the breaker in between number 1 and number 2. The 825 candle is during the leg down that took liquidity. So that cannot be a breaker because it does not fit the definition of a breaker. So you outline these 2 candles here. This is your bullish breaker. And then you can see that there's an FVG aligned with it right here. This is what makes it a unicorn. When a breaker and an FVG align, that's what a unicorn is. So I have multiple PDFs on this. I have an entire YouTube playlist as well. If you want to go over to my YouTube, there's the Unicorn Model playlist. That's an entire free playlist that goes over this information. There's also multiple PDFs that I've created and shared in my Discord communities and on my Twitter community that goes over this information as well. So you can see my, where is it? I can't use my finger here because it blurs out. You can see my @ sign right under my picture. I'm @_trade, excuse me, @_ash_trades_ on both Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Discord. There's a lot of free information that you could use to understand these concepts as well. The amount of live streams that I've done here on MyFunded TV, we've gone over my entire model here. And then you've also seen the logic and the real-time decision-making that I do each morning to conduct this model in real time. So the information is readily available. I just got to put the time in is what it comes down to. So that is why the 825 candle is not the breaker. That's where the whole conversation started. Do I trade other models? I have traded other models. I've been in this business for close to a decade now, so I've tried a lot of different things. I've tried quite literally everything at this point. I'm a trader. I've gone through the natural progression of every other trader. I tried indicators. I tried signal services. I tried support and resistance. I tried price action patterns. I've tried options. I've tried crypto. I've tried it all at this point. That's why I have the data that I can share with everybody. Decade, yeah. Unfortunately, maybe it makes me sound old, but yeah, it has been a decade. Did you try order flow? I don't know what you're referring to in terms of order flow. Order flow could mean a lot of different things. Price action, order flow, volume. Yes, I have tried volume trading too. Yeah. Do you recommend back testing or forward testing? I personally recommend forward testing. So showing up to the live market and conducting your business live in real time is what I refer to as forward testing. Okay. Whether you want to do that paper trading so you don't risk, whether you want to do that with a prop firm so it's a lower barrier to entry, or if you want to start a cash account. I personally would forward test because during back testing, it's the time element is not there. Okay. So what I mean by that is when you take a trade and you're done for the day, you then have to wait, 12 to 16 hours before you take another trade. There's a lot of delayed gratification that comes with that. You don't get that in back testing because you just click the button and you instantaneously go to the next day and look for another trade. So you're already throwing off your system in terms of time. The second reason is because of time again. So when you're in a position, right, this is a 5-minute chart. So each candle takes 5 minutes to form. You have to, again, deal with delayed gratification of watching this thing bounce around for 5 minutes before actually moving anywhere. Compared to back testing, you click a button, you instantaneously get a new candle. So again, it takes away your ability to develop delayed gratification. Okay. So in my opinion, I'd rather be dealing with live price. Whether you want to risk or not is completely up to you. That's why I'm saying there's paper trading options. We have MyFundedFutures for the prop firm option. And then if you need to do a cash account, whatever your risk tolerance is, whatever your choice of risk is your own opinion. Which that leads me to say, right now is the perfect time to be getting a MyFundedFutures account. Check out the discount that we currently have going on. I highly suggest getting a piece of this 4th of July discount. Phenomenal discount MyFundedFutures is running right now. Hi, Ash. You were neutral in your personal YouTube this morning, but here your bias became bullish. I disagree with that statement. Please just watch the YouTube stream from start to beginning, from start to end. I explained the exact same logic over on my YouTube channel as well. The information hasn't changed. We saw the bullish daily FEG. We saw the bullish SMT against the ES. We then pointed to a long position. It's all recorded. It's all live stream. The facts are just right there. Just watch the live stream. Any other questions or information? I got another 10 minutes before I hand over the stream to Tom. I got another 10 minutes on my segment. We can continue to go over any questions or information for the rest of my segment. I've explained my top-down analysis. I explained the trade that occurred today. I explained my forecast for moving forward. We also got a giveaway in there too. Love the surprises. Thank you to MyFundedFutures. We'll do another couple questions before we hand it off to Tom. So throw something in chat. Anything to do with this trading business. While you're at it, sub to the channel, like the video. At what time do I start my analysis? So I'm over here on the East Coast in the US. So I normally sleep from like 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. to like 6 a.m. From 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., I'm getting the blood flowing. I'm going outside, getting some sun on my skin, getting some fresh air, getting the blood flowing so that I'm mentally, emotionally, physically prepared to trade that day. I prepare just as strict as my risk management. My preparation needs to be just as good as my execution. Then I come back in, I get a cup of coffee from about 7 to 8 o'clock. I'm answering everybody in my communities. I'm discussing ideas, starting to generate logic for that day. So from about 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, I'm creating a pre-market analysis. That's where I'm generating a bias, generating an idea, some form of game plan moving forward for New York session. Then from 9 a.m. to 12 is when I'm live streaming and executing that game plan, going over all of that real-time logic. Then from 12 o'clock, I'm done. Trading business gets turned off. We move over to health, family, and other businesses. So it's a mechanism or a hard stop for me to make sure I don't overtrade by completely shutting off all the programs, going to the gym, then after the gym, working on other businesses. So the morning time is where I conduct the business. 9 to 12 is where I'm focusing on executing the business. Then after that, stepping away so that I can disconnect from it so I don't overtrade. Then I come back and do a result. Once the market's closed, then I'm going to do a recap, a review, see what I did good, see what I did bad, go over the results to that logic for the day, and then rinse and repeat. Then it's like I'm going to cook dinner for the wife, get prepared for the next day, rinse and repeat, show up the next day, show up for our session again, continuing to conduct our business, falling in love with the process and allowing the results to be a byproduct of it. Very good question. If you don't see the unicorn on indices, do you ever find it in gold or alt pairs? I specifically focus on ES and NQ. So 95, it might even be more. About 95% of my trades are on ES or NQ. There's a very rare amount of times that I've traded oil. Like it's only been like a handful of times. And then gold, I've literally only traded gold one time in my entire life. So ES and NQ is where I focus. If I don't find my model, then I just don't trade. I don't go searching. I don't go scrambling. I create a game plan for ES and NQ. I execute that game plan. If it doesn't present itself, then I just stay on the sidelines. I would rather always side on patience and remaining flat than scrambling to find something. Did I try other strategies before the unicorn model? Yes, I've tried many strategies. I've tried a lot of things within day trading. Ash got too rich in gold. No, actually, the gold trade was a loss. So the only time I've ever traded gold, it was a bad loss, actually. So it's literally the opposite of that. Yeah, my segment here is 10:30 to 11:30, Monday through Friday. But once again, please hear me. I've mentioned the announcements multiple times. Friday's a bank holiday. We will not be live Friday. Okay, so normally Monday to Friday, 10:30 to 11:30, just not this week because of the bank holiday. The more time you spend with an asset, the more familiar you become. That's why I also prefer NQ and ES. Very good, Rod. Thank you for sharing with us. That is exactly how I feel about it, right? Get good at one thing and move forward with that. Make it muscle memory. That way you understand all of its characters, its traits, how you're going to use it, when you're going to use it. I fully agree with that. How long have I been trading the unicorn model? It's been about 3 years now. It's been about 3 years. Once again, I'm not sitting here saying what's right or wrong. Like if you want to trade multiple assets, be my guest. I'm just here to document my personal experience in the marketplace. So I'm not saying what's right or wrong. I'm just sharing my experience. If your watch list looks like this, right, you have 10 different assets, then yeah, you're going to find a trade every day, every session, every hour. If you have hundreds of different assets, there's always going to be an opportunity. But That's the reason why I have a shorter list. I personally don't want to be trading every single second of every single day. I choose patience. I choose less is more. Very good session today. Amazing information. Love to see our concepts and our logic play out. We were able to do another giveaway. Love doing surprise giveaways. We also have the phenomenal deal with MyFundedFutures going on right now. Got to make sure you take advantage of the 4th of July deal. Ash, have you made any modification to the unicorn model over the 3 years? Yes. Yes, I've learned and grown and adapted with the model. I look to become better every single day too. I'm also a student of the market. I'm also a trader. So I'm always looking to become more efficient, get better in my business, figure out what works, what doesn't work. I'm trying to collect data every single day so I can become better than yesterday, without a doubt. Ash, how did you learn to trade? Did you have a mentor? You're looking at the mentor right here. This is the mentor. This is the only mentor you need right here. Where's the arrow? Oh, wrong arrow. Hold on. Here's the only mentor you need right here. Price action. This is where your focus should be. This is where you gain your education. This is where you gain your experience. This is what teaches you right or wrong. This is what the data is. This is what we're collecting right here. Become an independent thinker by spending time with price so that you can clearly identify certain concepts that you can execute risk management on. That's what it comes down to. This will always be a you versus you business. And this is what I'll leave the stream off with for today. This will always be a you versus you business. You have to put the time in. You have to collect the data. You have to execute your positions. You have to make the decisions for yourself. And nobody else should tell you how to conduct those things. You have to collect the data. You have to build the muscle memory. You have to develop the skill that nobody can take away from you. You do that by putting more time in, collecting more data, and the time is spent right here with price action, with documenting, with reviewing your data. That is going to be your best learning experience. This is your mentor right here. Price, the market. Okay, so last minute here before we welcome Tom up onto the stage. I highly suggest everybody sticks around for Tom's segment. He provides value every single day. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up onto the stage.
Hey,
Tom,
everybody.
how are you doing today?
Hey, good. Thank you. Good to see you back. Good to see you this week as well. And man, I must say that thank God the market is now moving. And you know, I enjoyed listening to your segment, the game plan again, and the way you talked about like waiting for the proper entry and not doing anything until it plays out. Like I really love that. So
sorry to throw a curveball at you, but you look amazing today. Did you get a haircut?
I know. Finally, after weeks and weeks, I know I had to do it. You know?
I couldn't hold that back. You look amazing.
I know. I always look amazing. I try to, look for the best. I do have the best barber shop down the street, and the guy was on vacation, so I need to wait for him to come back. So, but yeah. Now it's all good.
And so what about today? Any positions today? Are we green or red?
Yeah, in the green. So I was targeting this 795 here since yesterday. So yesterday in my segment, I took a long position, eventually closed it with almost at break even. But today, finally, we hit that level. So as you were saying, I was watching how the market was taking out previous day low, and that's fine. but it was not my game plan. So I was just sitting on my hands until after the market opened, but it played out. Yeah.
Very good. Well, we love green. So
Oh yeah.
if you are green, that is the only thing that matters.
Exactly.
Well, I hope you enjoy your day. I will
Absolutely.
hand the stream over to you.
All right.
Hope you have a phenomenal day.
You too. See you next time. All right, everybody. We do look good. We look awesome today. All right. Welcome, chat. Good to see you guys. It's good to be back as always. Love the vibes here. Man, Ash is always doing some awesome segments there. He also takes away my thunder because the topics he's talking about, those are pure gold, you know. Magnus, hey there. Abhishek, hello. Hello to the hosts and the mods. New haircut. Hey TT, yeah, I needed to do this because so first of all, there is a great place here, a very good barber shop. And the guy who works there, he's a pro, but he was on vacation. And I was like, man, you know, I need to be on the show. You need to do something real quick. But hey, we're back. Anyway, finally, I can see some nice price action. I mean, obviously not the best price action, but finally the game plan went good. So, what can I say? No complaints in the green. And I'm going to talk about this level a little bit more. And hello to everybody. If I forget to say hello, I mean, I did, but hey, Mike, good to see you. So there's going to be, in my understanding, there's going to be an announcement for the winners. There was the form, right? Because I just tuned in not too long ago. So there's going to be some winners. But just stay tuned, okay? More info is coming. So, today, the London session. I mean, in the London session, I was pretty much sitting on my hands because, as I told you guys, I stream from 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and basically there was nothing to go here. I mean, I was tempted to. I actually had only one trade. Jumped into a small long position on one of my evaluation accounts, but then I closed it after the stream. Like, this wasn't really the price action I was looking for, and so nothing happened. Basically, just sitting on the hand. And of course, it's very important to know that by not pushing the button, you're also trading. We keep saying that all the time, and it's really one of the biggest truth out there in trading. Like, if you're just, you know, watching the charts, tape reading, and you're waiting for your setup, that's actually trading, and that's the best position to have. Yeah, there you go. Fill the form for the giveaway, and we're gonna announce winners. 200 giveaway today from me. Well, I cannot say anything about the numbers. So anyway, after in between the two sessions, I was at the barber shop, so I cannot comment on what happened. But then I saw the market, you know, dripping down to this previous day low, and I was a little bit tempted to take some scalps, but I didn't do anything. I was like, okay, let's just wait for it. Leon, hey, good to see you. No, I'm not doing that, Raj. so I was just watching what was happening, and so the plan was this morning for me to wait for the 9:30 open, and of course, you know, the market just fired away here to the upside. And as I was watching it on the 1 minute chart, I was keep watching this congestion zone here, this accumulation phase before 10 a.m. And so I thought that, okay, after we took out this low, and I think I mean, ES is still driving for those highs. Look at that. We talked about this multiple times. All-time high on ES, 62.87. It's just going to go for it. I mean, this is just a fact. This is a fact. It's a question of time, right? So I'd say because ES is just going to try to do everything to push for those historical highs, and everything was looking bullish, swept the lows. This was my confirmation here on this continuation, kind of like a 2022 entry model here. I was like, okay, let's push it. So that's what I did. And so we finally managed to go into that 3-minute bearish order block. And the order block high was 845 on the 3-minute. Obviously, that's a swing high. So the reaction was beautiful. And yeah, there was some pullback here. And then, yeah, just kept going higher. Now, we do have previous day high. And you know what? I think the draw on liquidity could be there. Free code. Wake up. I cannot promise anything here. But fill the form and, you know, might have a chance. We're going to announce winners. That's for sure. Trading G tomorrow. I do stream. I mean, I stream in London and New York session. Tomorrow is an exception, by the way. And there's my YouTube handle up there in the upper right corner. You can see it. So tomorrow there might not going to be London stream, but I know it's a half day open market. So what I might do is I'm going to start an earlier New York session or something like that. We were thinking to maybe do a joint stream with Methodical Man. So we'll see. Let's discuss yesterday's trade. Now I know we didn't get, but we got something, I'm sure. So yesterday's trade that I put on was somewhere. I mean, I know I put it on this segment here. Yeah, so this was the entry yesterday. Just before I left the stream, this is what I took. Okay, my final target was actually, hold on, I think my stop loss was down there. So my final target was up there in somewhere at 790 or 80 something, and this is 4 p.m. And so as you can see, it went quite good, but then, you know, it just took this fall here. And so eventually what I did, I closed it manually sometime during the power hour with a small profit. I mean, the idea was good. The execution was good. Everything was according to the game plan. The model is basically an ICT 2022 entry model. It was not like the perfect unicorn model, I would say. This is not a perfect breaker. I mean, not the kind of unicorn model that Ash was talking about, but still, I was looking for some kind of a structure shift here. But this swing high here on the 5-minute yesterday, it didn't make a new low. So actually it just started to go higher. I would say this was just a continuation. And I just seized the opportunity here on this fair value gap. And right here. And the game plan for me in terms of target was the 3-minute order block or supply zone up there. And this morning on the London stream, do you still trade? I mean, the entry itself, Raj, is I still use the 2022 entry, but that's just the entry itself. But the market analysis and the charts and everything, so there's more to it, obviously, but I try to keep it very simple. Yeah, tomorrow the close, I think it's going to be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard, I guess. I have to look into it. I think it's 1 p.m. Let me know, because I'm just confused. I don't know. But I think it's going to be 1 p.m. Trades should be closed at, I don't know, at MyFundedFutures. I think you need to close it 10 minutes past 12, right? 12. Okay. Okay, so this was a swing here, which I kind of use this break with the fair value gap for my entry. So that's just the entry itself. And of course, I do need to see the perfect target in order to engage with the trade. Now, my perfect target was this on the 3-minute chart. I'm going to switch to the 3-minute just for a bit here. And I got this question in the London stream that what was the exact level I was watching. And I left these on, these markers. So these two bullish candles from Tuesday, and this is the 3-minute chart, okay? You can see it right here. Sorry, let me get this off here. So you can see it right here on the down right corner. Let me get, okay, so down here. And so these two bullish candles actually pushed higher, swept swing high here, actually 2 times here and here. It didn't go for these highs, but this was technically enough. So it just made a new high with the bullish push. And then the bearish candles were not trading higher than these bullish wicks. So actually, these just started to shift structure like multiple times. And as I said in the London session, like the more structure shift we have, and this is just my personal opinion, the more chance we have that this is going to be a stronger level in the future sometimes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times these bearish candles shifted structure on these swing points. So that kind of tells me that, okay, this is going to be an important level. So that's why yesterday on the stream, I was pretty much confident that we should be going higher, but we didn't. And of course, today, the game plan was almost the same. I was still watching for the 795-ish level. And obviously, the cherry on the top is that we had a 5-minute sell-side imbalance, buy-side inefficiency just above the order block. I mean, inside the supply zone, inside the bearish order block. So that's kind of like a cherry on the top. And as soon as I saw the accumulation happening in this fair value gap on the 1 minute, kind of triggered me into the trade again just to go for it. So I was just waiting. I was waiting basically all day to look for a trade. And that is really important in terms of risk management. Like, I think many people, including myself, many times, we are just forcing ourselves into a trade. I mean, it's very hard to hold back, not to push the button, even if you see, and that used to be my mistake, even if you see that previous day low, or it can be any kind of certain level or an important level, like you go down to the 1 minute, as many of us do, right? You keep watching the candles on your trading platform. It can be TradeAway, NinjaTrader, Quantower, whatever. I think it's better to watch the movement of the candle, especially if you're looking for scalping on TradeAway, Quantower, NinjaTrader. I think TradingView, we talked about this, lags a little bit behind. Okay, so just saying, if you're watching the candles printing and still you want to push that button because you know that we're going to hit the previous day low. And one of the other things, like when the market makes you or breaks you, is by not pushing the button. Even if you're sure about it, if it's not your game plan, it's just better not to engage, not to do anything. Yeah, you can say later, oh, I knew it. Oh, I wish I would have pushed the button. Yeah, but it was not your entry. If you get much more experienced in this, then maybe you can place a trade as a scalp trade based on your intuition. And it takes a lot of chart time and experience. And that's why I'm saying, if you're really watching price action on a small time frame, maybe it's better better not to watch it on TradingView and go for NinjaTrader, TradeAway, Quantower, whatever. So anyway, I was also very tempted to push the sell button here. I was very tempted to do so. Really, I wanted to do. But the thing is, these are typically the times when I burn myself. So whenever I do this, I see a very important level. In this example, let's just say that the previous day low. I'm like, oh man, this is it. It's going to go there. And yeah, it may be. but it can very well just bounce up like, I don't know, 50, 60, 100 points in a matter of 2 minutes. And that's just, I know that I burned myself so many times because of the same mistake. I'm just not going to do it. So I was just waiting and waiting. And even in my head, I was kept repeating to myself, man, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to push the button. I'm just going to wait for the entry. I don't care about anything. I'm just going to wait. And that's so hard. That is actually so hard, man. I mean, that's Ironside. You blow the account. Oh, man. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, it happens. Dylan, no bad vibes here. Make sure to fill the form for the giveaway. All right. Not sure about the code, Rafa. Not sure about the code. If you guys have questions about the setups or the risk, let me know. This is what I used to do big for. Oh, yeah, exactly. So usually things like this can also trigger a FOMO. Like, you know that the level is going to be tagged or taken out. Okay, that's just one thing. Like, yeah, you know it, but do you really have the nerves and the guts to go into the trade even when it's not your setup, it's not your entry? Because if you do, you might be building up some bad habits. And yes, you can be right, and it goes down and you can celebrate on that, and maybe it's still going to build up bad habits for you. That's why it's so important to stick with one setup. Just like Ash said, I'm not looking for anything else. When I look into the market and I sit down, I'm just looking for the same exact play. The same exact play. If I don't see my level, if I don't see, how should I say this? If I don't see price action going in the direction of my level, for example, this, I just don't feel confident. I'm not feeling confident enough to jump into the opposite direction because I've burned myself so many times. Yes, there is a fair value gap here, and this is a classic ICT short setup. I know. Why didn't I take that trade? Because at this point, when I only see this, when you only see this, you're just I was just thinking that maybe it was just a liquidity sweep. It's not confirmed yet. Yes, it's tempting. It looks like it want to go, but do you want to make the choice of turning your edge upside down and just pushing the button unnecessarily? Because I'm not making that decision. I'm just gonna wait. Shenanigan, welcome. Telugu, hey, good to see you. So yeah. What I wanted to say, I forgot. Anyway, let me close this. I just went into market replay again for this example. And so if you just waiting for the same exact gameplay every day, the same exact, I mean, that's why I was talking yesterday about the check marks, about how important it is to do your analysis every day. And the hardest thing to do during your trading session, if you ask me what is the hardest thing to do during the session, I would say sit on your hands and not push the button. I think that's the hardest part. And walking away also. Which one is easier or which one is harder? Tell me this. I'm really curious. What do you guys think? Which one is harder? Is it harder to walk away or to sit on your hand and not push the button? I'm quite curious about this. how to say over trading, bad habits. I'm going to talk about that. Ice. Walk away is harder. Walking away is harder. Sit on your hands. Walking away is tough. Emotions coming to work. Oh yeah. Sit. It's harder to walk away for you. Okay. Yeah, almost the same. I mean, I would say 50-50, right? Sitting, walking away. Yeah, somebody's saying walk away, sit, walk. Yeah, I think so too. Equally very hard. Those skills, though, that takes time to develop. And if you're starting out in trading, it's not going to happen on your first week and not in your first month. It's just so hard to develop those skills, and because that's a skill. And even I don't have enough strength on those days to walk away. Now, the other day when I hit the daily loss limit on my funded accounts, actually, I broke my own rules somewhat, but not really, because I never made a secret about it. Obviously, I'm having multiple funded accounts everywhere. So I knew that, yes, I hit my daily loss limit, but that was a sign for me that, okay, I'm just going to not touch my funded accounts for the rest of the day, because technically I'm not seeing the market, right? I'm not making good decisions. So the MyFundedFutures starter account is actually good for that. So, because sitting on your hands is it's from the computer, and you start seeing patterns, breakers, that you normally wouldn't. Yes. So if you sit on your hands, you keep seeing those entries. But again, obviously, you can take those trades if it lines up with your targets, or if it's still within your daily risk limit. So, for example, as I just said, if I already hit my daily loss limit on, for example, 2 funded accounts, and I have 10, I'd say, okay, I hit the daily loss limit on 2 of my funded accounts. I'm just not going to trade on the rest of those funded accounts. Why should I do that? I mean, that would be very bad risk management. So it's somewhat helpful. If you want to continue, obviously, you can do an eval. But what's your punishment if broke the rules? Punishment if I break the rules? Well, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. So actually, there's no punishment. I think the question is not good in terms of punishment. I mean, you shouldn't think of yourself as, punishing yourself. I know it might be a joke or something, but obviously you should not punish yourself, okay? Because that's just gonna kill your passion and your willingness to trade on the next day. So no punishment. I would just say you need to stay positive and look back at what you did wrong, and that's why journaling comes into place. Now, journaling there's so many ways to do the journaling. I'm on YouTube, I do videos, I stream. It's easier for me to look back. I also have, where is it? Oh, here. I have so many stuff on my desk you wouldn't believe. So I have a notepad here. And guess what? I also have a pen. And I just write down some stuff of what happened. If I learn something, even from, for example, when I listen into MyFunded TV and I hear very, very good things from Ash, from the other host as well, from Matt. If I hear something good, I write it down, and I also keep that as kind of a journaling, Yeah, I am, Raj. So actually, just don't punish yourself. You need to keep the positive vibes even on losing day, okay? And we talked about this the other day. Like, if you follow your rules, risk management rules, most likely, if you follow your rules and you followed your entry setup and you lost, maybe even on a losing streak throughout the day, but you followed your rules, that's the momentum that can actually change your feelings, or actually keep your feelings in a positive motion. Okay. At the end of the day, the same question: was my analysis correct? Okay. And did I do good risk management? And all these questions, you don't have to write down everything, okay? But these are important things when you look back throughout the day. And by the way, speaking of which, I think, 8:20, we're approaching lunch hour right now, well, in a few minutes. I'm definitely looking into this one to move higher. So how was the day so far, everybody? And of course, if you have questions, let me know. I do have some topics today as well. Well, yeah, so trading easy. Yeah, I keep hearing that trading is easy. Is trading hard or easy? This question is just technically forever. For lunch, Roman Arts, I have a great place here. They're making excellent Hungarian foods. If you get a plane, fly down here, and I have an excellent restaurant. No, not looking at the new BMWs yet. But I will. Exactly, Coop. Hardest way to make easy money. Exactly. The hardest way to make easy money. I mean, it seems so easy. And you know what? We are just overcomplicating everything. We really overcomplicating the whole thing. It doesn't matter. Hold on, I just need to check on something. It doesn't matter which strategy you're using, but all this information on social media, YouTube, everywhere. This is just basically keeps it all complicated. I mean, it's going to drag you into the classic analysis paralysis, right? And that is something that needs to be avoided, in my opinion. Because yes, ICT makes a lot of videos and you can learn a lot of stuff, but always the simple stuff that works. And I'm not strategy hopping or anything. I'm just keeping it very simple. The daily target and risk, I would say, in between all my funded accounts, and I don't have 20 funded accounts or 40 or 50 or whatever. I just don't believe in that concept, by the way. But I think it's a good thing if you have a few funded accounts. So I have a few funded accounts. Currently, I don't even know because I lost one or two in the past week. Anyway, I would say to make a few $100, like $1,000 a day, that's a good thing. Obviously, that doesn't mean that all this $1,000 withdrawable every single day because it splits between the funded accounts. So if I make $200 or $300 on a funded account, on one particular account, then I'm just moving to the other account. That's how I do it. So I'm not pushing the same account anymore. I'm just leaving it. And usually because I like the 50Ks, but I might be switching to the 150s. I might going to test it. Usually like making $200 or $300 per account. And if I can make $1,000 in the green at the end of the day, I would say, okay, we did the job. Why should I push it more? Why would I want to, even on an account that has no trades for the day, why would I want to do some crazy stuff on the power hour, which I don't really like? I told you guys, I'm not really a fan of the power hour, especially the last 10 minutes. I mean, in my opinion, the last 10 or 15 minutes, but especially the last 10 minutes, the murder bot, as we call it. It's just pure gamble, and I don't like to trade that time of the day. So if from the London session, and I think because of this, I'm in a, I'm not say lucky position, but obviously in my time zone, in my country, I can start trading the London session like 9 a.m. in the morning, and I can still trade the New York session like 3:30 in the afternoon in my time. So that's very good because I have 2 sessions to trade. So from the London morning all the way through the New York lunch hour, if I can make 800 or $1,000 on these few funded accounts that I have, I'm saying, okay, I'm fine. Why should I push it more? So the murder algo, exactly. The form was here, I think. And maybe we're gonna have some winners announced soon. So last chance, maybe, who knows, to fill that form. So go for it. I just need to repeat that all the time. Like, so many giveaways and codes are happening here in MyFunded TV, like a lot. I think nobody does this much. So make sure to fill it out and, go for it. So and let me just look to the left. Yesterday's high because of I trade smart money concept. So the New York midnight level is here from Tuesday midnight. So the high is 22,878. Okay, 22,878. Yeah, we might go there. Let's see. That's kind of what I think. I mean, after perfectly taking out previous day low, why not just go up there? I am not willing to take any position for the rest of the day. I think I'm almost $1,000 up, like 800 or 900. So I'm okay. MyFunded TV will be here tomorrow, yes, and Friday no stream. The next day iPhoto. Oh my gosh, Roman, don't tease me there. I don't know about the last code. Friday early close and tomorrow as well. Yeah, so I think tomorrow is going to be an early close too. I am Roman Arts. I'm already teased. And just to remind you, I still have the picture here opened up. Look at this. So I still have it. I love these pictures. Cool, right? I mean, at least my haircut is now fitting. It's now good. All right. So yeah, so let me just get those topics because I do have some here. Yeah, I was having this question like, hold on, let me read the chat first. Share. Yeah. Only the lawyers are here. We like that. We need that. Share the stream. Push the like and subscribe. We need more viewers. And so I got this question like how to use previous day levels to plan today's trades. Well, it's simple. I guess you guys already know this. Like you can use it for targets. I usually like previous day highs and lows. I use it almost the same like the Asia lows and highs. Yes, I'm going to trade the London session most likely if nothing comes up. Tomorrow, there's going to be no London stream on my end. I mean, maybe I'm going to be late because there's some family stuff, but I'll try to get back on Friday, and tomorrow I might do a joint stream with Methodical Man in early New York. We'll see. So share it on Twitter, and I need to check that if there's anything. I'm gonna be looking for it. Let me just check. What is this? Oh, the car. Nice. Is this a 4 series? I think it is, right? I love it. So I usually have these levels like previous day low and high. And yeah, it's barcoding ad. Definitely. There's nothing to do with this. And this is just a 5-minute. Look at that. It's so bad. But I guess this is what you have to get used to during the summertime, of course. Seasonal tendencies during the summer, I would say, and last year was almost the same. Like it tends to do like this. What can you do? Nothing. Yeah, NQ, boo. And speaking of that, I'm still watching gold, but there's nothing on gold as well. There's just one more thing that I was checking on gold. That there's a level at 3372.9. I think it could go for that level. That's actually a 15-minute. That's a 15-minute supply zone right here from June 23. This bullish candle, which is basically a bearish pin bar, that was the one that triggered the situation here. So I would say that this could be targeted by gold, and gold just keeps going higher, of course, in the big picture. So look at how close it is. It almost managed to go there yesterday, and now I think it has a good chance to go for it finally, right? But NQ is just basically unplugged. Not much to do with it. Oh my gosh, my supersonic indicators. I hope you guys didn't see that. There's a MetaTrader indicator system that I tend to test and use, but that's a different topic. We're going to talk about it next time. Some use supply and demands, order block. Yeah, so basically what I say that supply and demand zones are very much identical to order blocks of what ICT is teaching. You saw it. Okay, Larry. Don't worry. We're going to talk about it next time. If you guys want to know more about it, you have to go to my stream because that's a different topic. But anyway, so those are basically order blocks. And I'm not looking for every order block. There's a certain criteria, and I only use it for targeting. I said it many times. So I kind of reverse engineering the concept of order blocks, and that's why I like to call it supply and demand. Simon saw it. Okay. So what was the question? I saw a question there. Yeah, yeah. Supply and demand. So the answer is, Raj, in my personal perspective, those order blocks, for example, this 3-minute order block is basically a supply zone. So this is a perfect supply zone. Okay. And yeah, I'm using it for targets. Yeah. I mean, trying to predict the draw on liquidity, like everybody tries to do that. I have a very good, how should I put this, a very good experience with these levels. I kind of like, if I see these levels, that gives me an extra confidence, and that's all I need. And I immediately put it out on my chart. I draw the levels, everything, and all I need to do is just wait for the entry and watching price action. And that comes down to like the kill zones, time and price, and chart time. And I had the question earlier in my stream, like, so basically what I do is I just sit and wait until price starts to move into the direction, and then I just enter on an ICT 2022 model. Yes, that's it. That's how simple it is. I mean, simple. It sounds simple, but risk management, remember that. Are you afraid of AI making manual trading nearly impossible for retail in the coming 5 years? Now, that question, I do want to talk about that. That question alone, I think, is like, I don't think there's a simple answer to that. And I would be asking the same question from you guys. What do you think about AI taking over trading? Because in my opinion, I think AI is the only thing that could be doing something, not saying against the human retail traders, but maybe kind of makes it a little bit more difficult. Like, imagine, like, we can talk about quantum computers and everything. And yeah, technology is evolving and all that such. And I was reading an article where they were saying that in about 10 years, quantum computers are going to be quadrupling in capacity, and that will come down to the retail level as well as for home users. So how about there's going to be much more sophisticated softwares for trading, of course, as well. So I'm very curious what you guys think about. Is AI going to take over trading? I'm going to give you my short answer. My short answer, even if AI, it's already took over, by the way, partially. So the big players, hedge funds, banks, etc., big players already using algos and certain level of AI to put these orders and, to trade the market. But what about the retail level? Right now, I personally, at this moment, this time, 2025, 2nd of July, I do not believe that there is an AI on a retail level that is going to make you money in the long run. I just don't believe that. And obviously, there are lots of robots, or I don't even know what to call it, algos that you can install on your NinjaTrader or TradingView, and just sit back and waiting to be super rich. I don't believe that currently is happening. Yes, Simon. So on the retail level, I mean, in the future, I think if someone wants to trade based on pure price action or with the oldest and most simple strategies, I think the trend line strategy, smart money concept, exponential or whatever, moving averages, all these classic things are going to work 10 years from now as well. Right? That's it. Many of these things are working since many decades. All right. So many decades are working, and I think these are going to work after 5 years and 10 years as well. What do I think about bookmap and order flow? I don't want to give a crazy answer of something I'm not really know much about. I don't know much about order flow. I have some educational material about that. I was willing to look into it. So because I don't know much about it, I don't really want to answer that. Bookmap is, I used Bookmap just for testing, and then I realized I don't really need Bookmap. Yeah, it's a cool thing because it shows up orders, and yeah, you can see what's happening really, and that's cool. But I realized why I don't need Bookmap while I was learning more about smart money concepts. Like usually those levels that you anticipate that there is liquidity. For example, this 5-minute sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency, or this supply zone. That's all I need to know in terms of where are the orders stacked up. So because I'm not really scalping and I'm not really looking into scalping, I don't really need to look into the Bookmap because I just don't care, honestly. All I know is that these zones or these fair value gaps that I'm looking for, by the time the market gets there or the price gets there, there should be orders stacked up there. and there will be orders, and the market is going to get those orders, and that's all that matters. The forever question, where is the draw on liquidity? That's that's what you always need to ask yourself when you sit down to the chart. Where is the draw on liquidity? And once you outline those levels that you're looking for, then you realize that you don't necessarily need Bookmap. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's an awesome thing. Yes. And I know many traders are using it and they are killing the market. Awesome. And that's why it's so great to have these so many strategies. Government's gonna rake up margins so much that not every other be able to open futures forex accounts for, like, say 100. Yeah, it can happen. Markets are always going to change. The government could be coming in with regulations and such, but since worldwide there is such a huge demand for trading, for example, like first time I encountered trading, that was in 2007. Yes, 2007. Exactly. I know trading. Not every fair value gap is working. I know. I agree with that. And that's why it's not a simple answer. I cannot say that, this fair value gap is going to be the draw on liquidity. Obviously, there need to be more criteria. So I'm not an ICT cult member. I cannot state that enough. So I'm not praying for Michael every day. So he's awesome because so many stuff he's teaching, and I think I respect that, but I'm not a cult member. So obviously there are more to it to describe your targets in terms of draw on liquidity or what you're looking for. Now, as I was saying, in 2007 was the first time I actually checked out forex trading, and in 2007, maybe there was, I don't know if there were prop firms or not. I was how old I was? I was 23 years old. So obviously I didn't know anything about the whole situation. I didn't know anything about, I don't even know what is a prop firm. I didn't know that. In 2007, I think there was no, maybe there was prop firms, but not in the form like today. And so I was like just checking out the forex markets. Everybody was trading forex, and also in the between 2010 and 2020, like forex was still popular. Prop firms were not really popular because there were not really too many prop firms. Basically none. So I'm just saying that the market is changing. Right now, I think the tendency is that forex brokerages are starting to see that the retail customers are leaning towards the prop firm business, right? So why? Because it's partially cheaper. Of course, it's cheaper, right? It's cheaper. They don't have to deposit that much money, which I did, by the way, back in 2017. I was depositing $5,000 and $10,000 into forex accounts, and I was blowing it away. I was very stupid to do that. And so, can you talk about, please, internal and external? Just a second. So the market's changing, and that's why right now the tendency is that retail is going for the prop firms. Forex brokerages are seeing this, and that's why I think more of those companies are trying to get a slice of the pie. But it's going to be harder right now because we have these well-established ones like MyFundedFutures. Absolutely on the top. And, this is also changing the trend. Like, we have the best ones here. And so why do you want to go with other ones when you have the best one, right? Okay. So, by the way, just a quick update, and we're going to get back to the external and internal thing as well. Wheel is coming soon. I have information that is coming, so we're going to do it real soon, any moment. And if you guys have questions, we're going to get back to the internal, external stuff about liquidity. I'd be happy to answer. Now, I know we talked about some other stuff as well in terms of not just risk management, but technical side and prop firm business. But well, there was a form. You had still a little bit of time to fill that out. I think Abhishek already posted it. So we're going to do the wheel spin. That's what's going to happen. And I'll be reading out the winners. Hey, Financial Fred. I'm doing okay. Doing okay. I drive a 2009 E60 BMW. I know it's not a new one, but I like it. I'm the man. Myth is the man. That's his catchphrase. Hey, Jonathan, good to see you. All right, here's the wheel spin. Let's do this. Everybody get ready. And let's start the wheel spin. This is going to be awesome. So, the first winner is Suj. Congratulations. Let's go. All right, here comes the next one. Hansel, 203 on their name. Let's go. All right, awesome. Cities Golf. Cool name. Congratulations. Let's see. Assura Trader, sorry. I'm sorry. Congrats again. Let's do this. The GOAT, Q7T. The GOAT. We have a GOAT at least. Let's go now. Thomas O. Congrats. All right. Neo. Almost Neo. Let's go. Congratulations. Let's see the next one. B and Wills. Awesome. Okay. Fixer. There you go. Fixer, congratulations for the win. Shaq. Congratulations, Shaq. And one more. The last one. James Bow. Congratulations, James Bow, for the win. This was awesome. Oh my gosh. All the winners. Congratulations. You know, you always got to stay tuned at MyFunded TV because so many giveaways are happening. And so, yeah, just stick around. It's never ending. That's why you need to be here every day. Every day. Congratulations again for the winners. Gracie, you will win. You just have to anticipate it, you know. James Bow is James Bond. Okay. Yeah, it was kind of gave it away. There's the mods are putting in a form, Bishaw. So stay tuned for a Google form to fill out the details. And when there's a wheel spin, you have a chance to be a winner. Just stay tuned all the time at MyFunded TV. All right. Trader HCH. Gotta be here, man. Gotta be here on time. How to check the winners? Well, you can scroll back on the stream, I think. Hey, Pine Tree Trader. Man, good to see you. Everybody, welcome, Pine Tree Trader. So, I still have a few minutes from my segment. I'll be happy to answer some questions. Oh, I didn't answer the external. I'm not going to go into that right now. But here's the new... no. Wheels. Oh, the winners. Okay, I thought that another form. Vizsla Trader. Are you a Hungarian? I like Hungarian traders. Just like everybody. So, I'll be happy to answer. And I think, we went into some technical stuff and of what entries are we looking for. Just, never forget that the key of the whole game is risk management. That's all. I mean, the most simple strategies are sometimes the most profitable ones. It might sound a little bit crazy, I know, but it really as it is. And yes, we talk about ICT concepts and smart money and stuff, but obviously it's awesome if you're learning smart money and if that's what you resonate with. But your doggos are nice. But just keep that in mind. It's not something you have to force. I was starting out with support and resistance. And then I went to supply and demand. And of course, then I dived into smart money. And then I realized, I actually, to be honest, I realized it was too complicated for me. The day is good, Gracie. I'm in the green. So I realized that smart money concepts are actually, ICT sometimes tend to overcomplicate it. No problem with that. So I just took out those things that interest me and nothing else. So if you ask me about the new lectures that are happening, I really don't know because I'm not following his lectures this year so far. So I just took out those small little segments that I like to use. And in this term, actually, ICT was right because the goal at the end is to carve out your own trading method, your own entry model or what you're looking for. But I just keep sharing the same stuff every day. And because it's repetitive, I'm always looking for the same targets, the same entry. And if my game plan is not coming in my way, just like in when the market was taking out previous day low, that was not something I was looking for. So actually, this was easy for me in the early New York session. This was easy. I just said, okay, I can just sit back and just wait. And once you learn that skill, that is going to help a lot. So you wait for the trade to come to you, okay, the setup to come to you, and that's all that matters. Robert, good to see you. So yeah, this is how it goes. This is how it is. And everybody, I know everybody's waiting for Matt. So he's having always awesome stuff to share. So today I went into a bit of a technical thing, some stories and some prop firm things. I do hope that you guys enjoyed. I'll be back, of course, tomorrow. And so what can I say? I really enjoyed to be here. I'm just going to keep on waiting for Matt and, stick around. There might be some, I don't know, code, wheel spin. I'm not sure, but whatever. Even if nothing is going to happen, just stick around because Matt is sharing awesome information. Okay. And for my end, I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow, but I'll be here on MyFunded TV anyway. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. And the man is here. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Tom, what's going on, man?
All is good. We had some good chat. We had some good talks. So everybody's always waiting for you. So that's it.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the intro and awesome show as always, Tom. Everybody get some W's for Tom.
Let's go. All right, Matt. Thank you so much,
Thanks,
everybody.
buddy.
And just stick around and listen to Matt. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Cheers.
Welcome, everybody, to Lunch Money with Matt. This is the noontime hour. We talk about everything market, everything I've done today, and basically what I see the outlook for the rest of the day. As you see the bottom right of my screen, I haven't really done much. Yesterday was an amazing trade. If you guys were following what I was doing yesterday, I was up in a bunch of my accounts, right? And I ended up trying to take some longs in some of the other accounts, and I ended up getting hit 3 or 4 times in a row, and each one of my pivots failed. And one of my accounts that had a big fat buffer in it was actually down to almost 10K. If you guys are here, I was talking about that on the stream, and I was working my way back from it. from the low point. And I ended up closing the day with that one account being up $74. I tweeted it. Yesterday was absolutely awesome on just displaying technique and risk management and not really losing my cool when I was down so much, still staying business. I didn't just like hang on and try to cross my fingers and wish it turned around. I took a bunch of strategic longs and scalps on the way back up. It was really nice. And then at the end of the day, we got this really crazy dip and I longed off of that again to top off and finish. It was really, really, really crazy. Now, after all of that selling pressure, and now we're back to hearing about tariff talk and everything. We had a lot of rotation out of tech. Tech was selling really hard and people were rotating to other things, which is why the NASDAQ pulled back really hard and the S&P very barely moved. And then today we ended up getting a dead cat bounce in NVIDIA, which if you guys will pull that up on an hourly chart, you can see that really just propagated like a lot of this upward movement in NASDAQ, right? We just basically flew right back up to undo what we did. Essentially low volume rotation is what we saw. Today, people rotated the other way. People started getting into tech and selling other things. The sectors were mainly red this morning, which was interesting. But it's just what you're going to see. The market's not going to crash out yesterday. You kind of didn't think it was. And you're just seeing today, people are jumping into the thing that was sold off yesterday. And you're going to see that the sectors are all over the place. Tech is now the hot thing today. Communications are still down, which was down yesterday. But discretionary energy both jumped up. So you're starting to see like a huge just bit of like rotation. And the extra movement we're getting is just because there's not a lot of volume there, right? There's not a lot of real activity. It's holidays, and compared to other days, it's just kind of a light trading week. And the reason that I know that the market's not necessarily crashing out is because the VIX didn't even budge yesterday, which is even crazier. All day long, NASDAQ is absolutely just collapsing, right? And S&P didn't even move. And S&P didn't move because, the VIX wasn't even detailing anything. VIX was bottom left of my screen here, still in decay. And that's really what you'll see in a bull market. Yesterday, the VIX even traded down and stayed down all day while NASDAQ was falling out. So usually, days like that, you can use clues to know that it's not really a bear market. And the clue yesterday was it's not really a bear market. It was like, well, that's just, some kind of rotation. People were selling. There wasn't a lot of resistance to the selling. We know NASDAQ fell hundreds of points and the S&P barely fell at all from the open of the day. I think the S&P was mostly like down maybe 10 points or so. And the S&P was like 10 points away from all-time highs, and the NASDAQ had plummeted a couple, like almost 2%. And but now we sold off this morning as the ADP numbers came through, showing for the first time since COVID a negative growth rate in the ADP jobs numbers, which is, when you pair it up with the JOLTS, right? The JOLTS came in showing a third monthly print in a row of increasing job openings. So when you have ADP non-farms being low, like negative, that's recessionary. And when you have the JOLTS going higher and higher, it means a lot more people are getting laid off than getting filled into these jobs. And we know it's not because there's new jobs being created. We know that's probably because due to the tariffs, that people are getting laid off or trimmed down for either better employee or like getting a better employee or something. But the jobs are basically like the unemployment filings aren't coming down and the job openings are going up and ADP farm payrolls are coming down. All that just hints at the tariffs are actually causing companies to stall out and labor markets frozen. And I think Jay Powell's been saying the same thing. We've been noticing the labor market's been kind of stalling, and he's looking at the same data we're looking at. Is that a bad thing? It's hinting at a bad thing. It doesn't mean the market's dead or we're entering a recession, but it does mean the tariffs aren't necessarily, the best thing to be happening right now. Right. W's for Matt. Thank you. Appreciate that. Somebody said, am I the CEO of Rock? No, somebody asked, am I the Matt from MyFundedFutures? No, I'm not that Matt. I'm a different Matt, but I'm the Matt Leach is the CEO of MyFunded. I'm the CEO of Rocket Scooter. It's a different company. Matt is a common name in futures trading, though. There's tons of Matts. There's a bunch of us. Has your voice always been this pleasant? Do I sing? I sing poorly. I sing a little bit. When I was in high school and college, I sang in a metal band. That's kind of like singing. Lots and lots and lots of Matts. Why is nobody looking at Dow Jones? Not that nobody's looking at it. I personally don't trade the Dow Jones just because I get a little bit more, I guess, the Dow Jones being just a small subset of all the companies, as well as not being as market cap weighted like the S&P index, it's kind of harder to understand why the Dow Jones moves, even though they all move up and down likely at the same time. But a lot of times Dow Jones won't get the same sort of movement because it's not so heavily weighted on the Mag 7, right? Sometimes Dow Jones won't move that much. And it's not like it's a bad thing. It's just for me, I like to trade S&P mostly, but also NASDAQ if I can get some kind of evidence of it, like, DIA today, not really doing much. And so, let me look at the Dow Jones futures really quick. Let's pop them up. Not that it's a bad thing, but a lot of people just trade what they want to trade, and I don't necessarily have to. Oh, I don't have that data feed. Oh, I thought I had it. I don't have that data feed for myself. I thought I bought all of them. Yeah, I don't have it. But it's just different, different strokes for different folks, I guess. Personally, why I don't trade it is that the S&P is a more robust look at everything all at once. For the entire stock market, the S&P will just give you more information in general. Yep. What a boring day. Now, I missed a lot of today's move because I didn't get a good bull signal to take the move up here. I got a good bull signal out the door. My trade out the door was longing. This is the 8th day in a row I've longed at the open. It's been crazy. Market open with gap fill signals already. We gapped down a little bit. Market went right up to close. And I basically took that trade in. I longed it in NASDAQ and S&P on the stream. So I had one of each. The NASDAQ went up and filled the gap. I closed out right there. The S&P was just kind of hanging along. I closed out and didn't really take a loss. It just closed out basically flat. I decided, I don't want to take the trade today. I'm going to sit out. And all day long, this white line right here, this is showing the gap fill potential, that the stocks themselves are just sitting flat and not moving and not moving and not moving. So right around here, I just kind of told myself, let me just sit out for the day. It's probably going to be like a choppy internal day or whatever. So I didn't do anything. Right about here, I just kind of decided to sit out, and then the market just picked up. Now, I could have jumped in, but I was kind of distracted this morning. I didn't really get a lot of opportunity to once the signals got better. Right about here, you guys can see that the buying programs just automatically turn on. We had some hedge breaks, which is the blue line. And then right here, that white resilience line just went way up above zero, and in NASDAQ the same way. Essentially here, the buy programs turned on, and then everything started picking up, and people were starting to buy everything or at least cover their shorts. Earlier today, we had, some Trump Vietnam tariff stuff kind of provide a dip that was able to get in on, but I just decided I'd probably sit out. I've been having a killer week, a killer month, and the last thing I want to do is overtrade. And I haven't been getting just chilling out, waiting for something better to happen. Yeah. So other than that, if I say upper targets today, NASDAQ does have a 22,907 upper target that I've been eyeballing. That's kind of what I want to see later. And if I get it, that'd be really nice. Not that I want to short from there, but I still am a little on the fence about this just being a dead cat bounce. A lot of times things like this don't propagate into a really strong rally. It's just undoing yesterday's selling off. So what I thought was going to happen was that we were going to freeze right here and just hang. I was going to avoid a choppy day, but it looks like we're freezing right here. Any upper movement, I think, completes the move to maybe 900 if it does keep going, which it does look like it can. And this is likely the final path of today. These upper bands are really nice. Most days will close inside of here. So if it does long, and if I were longing to there, I would close out at that one spot. Yeah. But yeah, fortunately for me, I don't, I'm choosing to sit back and let today kind of just play out and see what happens. After a day like yesterday, there's this huge amount of rotation down, rotation up. I'm not certain if this is meaningful or not, or is just a kind of result of it being a low volume 4-day week. Always sometimes you get weird volatility come out of the way, just because people are rotating at the week where there's not a lot of traders as much as usual. Hey Matt, did I see the new chat system? Chat system for what? I'd like to know. What is the chat system for what thing? And if you guys have any questions about me or my technique, feel free to let me know in chat, because I'm here to answer and help you guys out. So I'm not making any trades right now. I'm super not focused. I can actually tell you guys some stories or help you guys out with anything you want help with. Is MyFundedFutures cooking anything for the viewers? Yeah, they're cooking up an idea of if you don't ask, they will deliver. So if you guys want to know, if you ask for codes, you might not get them. But if you don't ask for codes, you might get them. Tell us about the birds and the bees. Well, I'll send you a pamphlet. What is my first big payout in trading? So before I did anything prop firms, I was live trading my real account for many, many, many years. Prop firms I just got into. This is like my first year doing prop firms. So I've been barely doing prop firms. I kind of dabbled at the end of last year a tiny bit, and I finally got serious closer to like February or March. So I've only been in prop firms for maybe like seriously for 4 months, 5 months, something. I dabbled last year a little bit. I entered a contest Elite Trader Funding was having in October. I actually got first place in that trading contest. And then I kind of just was like, oh, this is kind of cool. The whole prop, that was my introduction to the prop firm world. And then I kind of holidays came around and didn't really do much. And then right around the turn of the year, I got into it. My first big payouts, I guess my big payout was I got a 5-figure payout from my live account when I went live with those guys. That was probably my first quote unquote big one relative to like other things. But like when I was trading my real account, I don't deal with payouts per se. I would pay myself out. So I had a rule of thumb in my real account was that whatever my started balance is, I'll just tell you, if I had started balance of 50 grand, if I happen to trade it up to like 100 grand, if I was able to double an account, I would usually, when I started, I would do this. And when I started making money, I would do this. When I would double my money, I would take out what I made and go back to the starting point. Then take that extra money and put it off to the side and just kind of grow that extra money. And I would give myself payouts. So some of my big payouts to myself were pretty big. Didn't you start the contest late? Oh, in the ETF? Yeah. So it was a month-long contest. And I started it I think like 9 or 12 days late. Yeah, I started like a third of the way through and I caught up and won. Yeah. That was pretty cool. I can't believe you remember that. I forgot that had happened, but yeah, I heard about the contest and it was like the second week of October and it ended on October 31st. And I was like, yeah, let me jump in. And there were some people already up like 20K, 30K profit. And I ended up catching up and winning in the last week, which is kind of cool. What I think about ATM settings and TradeAway, especially auto break even and auto rail. Yeah, that's kind of cool. If you if you need settings like that to help you navigate some of your positions and give yourself some control, they're not bad settings. What I think is better, using prop payout to build a personal futures account or options account? Futures, hands down. Futures is better than options day trading in every single category. There is no reason why one should trade options day trading on short term instead of futures. And let me tell you the reasons why. Number one is whether you want to trade SPY options or trade S&P futures, whatever the case may be, leverage is the same. You can lever up in futures just as much as you can lever up in options. So they're equals there. Stocks to day trade, to have a margin account, you need $25,000 deposit per FINRA. Other than that, you can't trade margin, which is actually preferred. Don't trade margin. But even so, you need a deposit to become a day trader. You can't make more than 4 day trades in a rolling 5-day period. On the 4th one, you get flagged as pattern day trader and you got to deposit 25 grand. You may not have that. Futures don't have a minimum deposit that you need to trade. Your broker will usually give you a minimum deposit just to be able to not be liquidated so close to zero. And usually for most futures brokers, it's $100 or $500. there's no regulatory minimum. So futures is better there. Number 3, futures is better taxes. Futures get the 60-40 tax rule versus short-term capital gains. So capital gains, when you're doing day trades, you're taxed at your income. Your income tier, your futures or options or stocks day trades add to your income at that level. If you're already at your 37% from your income, your wages, then that is the tax rate you get for your day trading and options. But in futures, there's a subsidy built into the commodities world, into the farming and all that other, industry, the commodities industry. Farmers and producers, they have subsidies, which means the government actually pumps money into them to keep prices low. Farming, for example, is highly subsidized. So to add to the idea of subsidizing so that our food prices are low, trading futures as farmers are hedging their crop got into this mode of, the industry, the regulators gave them a tax break, whereas 60% of their day trades, quote unquote, are considered short-term or long-term capital gains, even if it's a day trade. It was done to have less tax burden on farmers a long time ago, where they were hedging using futures, but it carried over to the day trading we do today. It's called the 60-40 rule. So no matter if you're day trading, 60% of your return is taxed as long-term, which is a fixed rate despite your income. So effectively in your taxes, you're going to save between, depending on your tax rate, 20-ish%, give or take, on your taxes. For every 100K you make in options, Uncle Sam will take $20,000 more from you in taxes. So you might, futures day trading is the reason why a lot of pro day traders do futures as their day-to-day scalping instead of options, because of the tax reasons. For dollar, you keep more in your pocket. And of course, futures has the ability for you to get in and out 24/7 in case you need to hedge. In options, you're kind of stuck overnight. So really, there's 0 categories. And options also are more complex when it comes to the Greeks, time decay, volatility decay, all these other things that devalue your option. Trading a futures contract is trading from A to B. It just needs to get there and I make my profit. With options, you actually are making 3 trades at once. You're trading from A to B. That's your delta. You're trading how it gets there. That's your IV. And then you're trading. So if it wiggles there or dips and rips or moves up there very quick, your option has a different value in all 3 scenarios by the time it gets there. And number 3 is how long it takes to get there. And that is theta. So with an options trade, you have to basically trade 3 things at once: where it goes, how long it takes to get there, and how it gets there. So options trading is 3 times as complex as futures, which is just where does it go? And so because of that, in every category, there's 0 categories where options one up futures in any way possible. The day trade. Futures are leverage, options are leverage. You can get the same sort of leveraging in both cases, especially with discount brokers. You can go out there and lever yourself 40-1 in a discount futures broker. Please don't do that, but you can. Yeah. Ooh, that is my answer to that question. Push views 100K likes. Oh, let's do it. Or to 1K. All right, you guys, let me help you guys out. Let me drop a tweet here really quick. And if you guys can help me go give some love to this tweet. Let me do it real quick. I will still always say tweeting. I don't care if it's X now. Hold on. Let me make one really quick. All right. I am going to make a little tweet here. If you guys don't follow me on X, please do so. I will give you guys a little tweet that you guys can go interact with, get some visibility on this. If you can do me a favor, first of all, shoot me a follow if you don't. Here's the link. Everybody go here. I'm going to drop this in chat. Here's a link. Everybody do me a favor. Go to this tweet. I'm posting it now in chat. Leave a comment, give it a retweet, spread it out. You guys don't forget to follow me if you don't follow me. I love seeing all those rockets in chat. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, rockets. Thank you. Rocket makes me happy to see. All right. Thank you. Yeah, give me a follow, but actually go in there and hit that tweet up. Give it a retweet, give it a post, share your friends, tag your friends, whatever. Let's get 1,000 people. We'll celebrate with the giveaway for this 4th of July holiday. We're almost at 800. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, so that's the answer to the question about options versus futures. I trade options for the sole reason, the one thing that options are good at, I guess I can say every category, that futures aren't good at, is you don't have to be as accurate when it comes to timing your market, timing a trade on a swing trade. Options to me are the perfect swing trading instrument. A great example of that, I took an option swing and I use it for swing trading only, knowing that I'll probably pay more taxes on the gains. But the idea is when I make, oh, this is all cluttered up chart here. But an example is when the market was crashing out, right, during the trade war stuff. And the market recovered right here and then sold off right there. This day I bought call options that expired here. And so the idea is, while the market is just kind of dancing around, a swing trade, you can make really good swing trades and options, and that you don't have to be as exact on your entry as far as like an option investment. You're investing money and you're going to lose up to that much money and you're done. So if I had like $100,000 that I wanted to play with and I threw it at the market, that's the most I can lose. But I'm not going to lose it all in one day if the trade goes against me. Options decay over time, so you get plenty of time for your trade to take off. So in options, the reason options trading is good is the time game. You're like, I'm going to make a bet 6 weeks out that we break this level. And that's really kind of what you're saying. You're like, I hope I get there fast enough that I don't lose a lot of theta. And so you're betting on all three of those things, how it gets there, how far it goes, and then how long it takes to get there. But you also can kind of like, when markets are nosediving like this, if you're diving in and trying to trade NASDAQ futures here, you can blow up your account in like a 5-minute time span. But if I throw $100,000 in an options trade right here in the middle of this chaos, I'm not going to lose all of that trade in the daytime. It's giving me, and if especially the further out in time, if I were to buy call options at the top and the market fell right down to here, I might only lose maybe 10 or 20% of that trade, depending on how far out it is. So you get a lot more flexibility in your trade for longer term plays. And I think options are great for swing trading. And that's why only time I touch them. And if you guys remember, I made a 50K bet at the bottom there and I doubled my money within a month on that trade. And I took some drawdown. I probably lost maybe 40% of that trade as it was chopping around at the end. And then I bought some more, and I bought the dip a second time. And then when it rode up, I made all of it back. So that's it. Swing trade is the real trade. We don't talk about it. LOL. $1 million trade. Yeah, we don't talk about it. But that is the, so he's talking about I left about $1 million on the table had I held for 2 more weeks. That's the trade we don't talk about. But yeah, so when options trading, it's really good because swing trading, you can be less efficient on your entries. You don't need to get the exact bottom. You don't need to care about today's volatility. Trump tweets something, the market sells off, and the next day it rallies back up. You can usually hold through that with an options trade is less sensitive to intraday movements because it's betting for a price at a point in future. And the point in the future is far enough away. Today's volatility is mostly ignored, but today's volatility can blow up your futures account very quick. So that's the time I touched the two. And that's a real good reason to know like why you would trade both of them. I don't know why a lot of people would choose to swing trade options. They're extra complex. The complexities are very heavy. There's a lot you have to do when it comes to an options trade. The futures are just inherently simpler. They're less complex. You don't have Greeks in futures. It's a straight run move and you either make the money or you don't, depending on where it goes. The volatility doesn't matter. None of that other stuff matters. But we are getting close to the 1,000 viewers, guys. We're at 800. Wow. Very, very, very cool. But guys, if you don't already follow, let me drop the link one more time. Here's the tweet that I made. Feel free to follow me on X. You know, we always kind of keep you guys in the loop of whatever's going on. Can I explain the eval to live? Can you give me a little bit more, I guess, give me a little more beef in that question. What do you mean eval to live? When you make out of the money calls, you love to make most of your profit from selling higher out of the money calls. And if it runs, you just make more. Some like credit spread there. So versus the starter plus or the expert, The expert has no DLL and it has no consistency rules. That's really where like the good juice comes from, the expert. The starter plus account has consistency rule just on the eval side and not once you go funded. And the starter has consistency rule on the funded side, not when you're on eval. So starter, you can win in one trade. Starter plus, you have consistency, and then once you go funded, then you can go big once you go funded. And eval and expert has no consistency both ways. So the eval, oh, you mean the eval alive account? So I think I don't have a lot of information about the eval alive, to be honest. I think that the way the eval alive is structured is very similar to the expert, where there's no DLL and there's no, but there's consistency rules in both. If I remember correctly, there's consistency rules in both sim and live thing. I think what happens is you skip sim to funded and go straight to live. I think that's maybe Abby will know more about that. You just basically skip the sim funded step, right? Mods here. Oh, here is the midday crash of my browser at clockwork right at noon every day. So let me reset my platform here. And so essentially, I'm going to ask them to get more information about it because I need to educate myself on that. Bum, 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 bum. You guys are throwing so many rockets and stuff in chat. I can't even follow the questions anymore. I'm the GOAT. Thank you. Thank you. MyFundedFutures is the GOAT. Okay. I like that too. 50 more viewers. Let's go. How many do we have? 950, 950. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're almost there. We're almost there. You guys can help celebrate my $600 win. See, somebody asked me because lately I've been having such a good run this month. I had multiple 10K days. I almost had a 20K day. It was crazy. And you guys, somebody in chat was like, does Matt ever not have a 10K day? It's plenty of days. Trust me. That was just a small burst of like winning streak that I had. Today I have a $600 day, which is, fantastic as well. It's like sometimes you're not going to always be pressing hard. I got lucky. Obviously I was trading well, but I also got lucky being on the right side of the trade. Do we have 1K? 1K, 1K. The balloons say 1K, 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 1K. Awesome, guys. First of all, everybody here is sub to the channel. We do this show every single day. This is one of the biggest. It is the fastest growing, by the way, prop YouTube channel that there is. Even out the door, we've seen it grow bigger and bigger and bigger every single day. So thank you guys for your support. Support us over at MyFundedFutures, obviously. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. You guys come here. There's tons of great speakers every day. There's a lot of people that come on, trade live throughout the daytime. I come on at lunch. I have Lunch Money with Matt. That's this segment. I come on here and do live trading, drop some alpha for you guys. And let me tell you something. If you guys are here for the first time, they do more giveaways here than any other trading stream put together. Like MyFundedFutures blesses the community. Very nicely. So the eval to live is a 2-step evaluation to live plan. If somebody's asking about it, I'll give you a link for it if you guys want to read up on it. Somebody was asking, I got you guys a link, so you can post it in chat. Here's the article on eval to live. It is the main objective is direct path to live funding. So the goal is to get people to live as quick as possible without doing like the there's a 2-step eval phase, And it looks like the consistency changes for step 2. They give you a little bit more fat on step 2. And step 1 is a monthly sub. Step 2 is not. Once you make it to step 2, is no sub. Profit target end of the day drawdown doesn't change from step 1 to step 2. And the activity rule is slightly, I'm reading right now, on step 1 and step 2, the activity rule is that you have to make a trade every 7 days in step 2, which is the one that doesn't have a monthly fee. In step 1, there's no activity rule. And then you go basically straight to live. That's the rule there. Yeah. That is it. What's up? W's for Matt. Thank you guys. Love you guys. 1.3. Wow, everybody. That's very, 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 very cool. Big W to the chat. You guys have been doing the work here. Thank you guys. Also, if y'all don't already follow me on X, please do, because I have in this post I made, this post got a lot of traction. You guys are super, 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 super awesome. Let me drop a link in chat, and then of course I'll keep you guys entertained with any of these cool deals that MyFunded's having or whatever. I'm always shouting about it. So this is that tweet that I made. Thanks for sharing it. You go obviously follow me in chat on Twitter, and then I'll keep you guys up to date with like the giveaways and stuff. All right. Think they might drop a code here somewhere or something. And somebody, there's a poll in chat. What is your bias pre and non-farm payroll, by the way? The ADP numbers coming out less than 0 for the first time since COVID. Are you guys scared of a recession or not? There are 2 things that are economic indicators of recession. There's 2 major indicators any economist will tell you. NFP week 53. That's the code. Get it? You guys got it? You guys got it? You guys got it? Let's go. 53 resets. NFP week 53. Very cool. Reset. Get you guys a second chance if you bust out. All right. Are you guys worried about the decline in the ADP non-farm numbers? It is the first time it has been negative since COVID. There is a lessening amount of new payrolls over the last 4 prints. And then this time there are fewer jobs. There are direct layoffs. There are fewer jobs than before. People are getting laid off. That's what this means. Okay. And with the jolts going up, that's an even bigger problem. So what do you guys think between these 2 pieces of data? The jolts going up means more available jobs. People are getting laid off, more available jobs. Why is that? Why are companies laying people off, but still keeping the job open for potential employment within 30 days? Does it make you think that companies are temporarily trimming down to survive in the tariffs, but are waiting for any moment in time for the tariffs to maybe stop or be better? Because the jolts wouldn't be going up unless somebody's willing to fill that position within a 30-day window. So thinking ahead, is it just a temporary situation where the job market is absolutely frozen because of the tariffs, right? That's my question. So what do you guys think? If y'all grab those resets, awesome. Let me tell you, don't go anywhere, because a lot of times for the end of the show, which will end in about 30 minutes, sometimes they do another one. Right now with MyFundedFutures is doing their, you can get your expert account or any of the accounts for 50% off right now for 4th of July. It's a pretty darn good deal. And y'all snag yourself a free reset code along the way. Dude, we are close to 1.5K viewers. That's amazing. And later on my stream this afternoon, I'll probably drop some giveaways too. I'm winking at you guys, so come on by. Anyways, to finish up this, what are you guys' thoughts on the ADP numbers being negative and the jolts going up? What do you guys think about that? Recession coming through? Because there's 2 telltale signs of a recession. Number 1, unemployment. And number 2, lowering GDP. These are the 2 things that make a recession happen. When GDP quarter-over-quarter growth is negative 2 cycles in a row, that's considered in a recession when there's unemployment to go with it. So what do you guys think? Are we going to get, when all economic data looks good, are we going to get thrown into a recession because of the tariffs? Is that going to slow down growth, or is that going to plunge us into a recession? What do you guys think? What do y'all think? No recession. Chump will just change the definition. There you go. Dot it, Matt. You think we go higher? It's only a recession if you lose your job. Anything else is irrelevant. Yeah, that's true. Chat is on fire today. Oh yeah. What do I think about Bookmap and order flow? I don't use it. I think that a lot of people that use it maybe like it. I don't use it though. Anything that reads order flow in real time is just reading order flow in real time. You're reacting to what's going on. I like things that can predict ahead of time. And so software like that is good at alerting you to what's happening now, but it's not really good at helping you plan a trade 5 hours in advance, right? So to each their own. I think something like a Bookmap or any kind of order flow type software is really good if it's paired with something that also allows you as a trader to plan your trades. So you need a technique to plan where you enter and exit rather than chasing the market as it's happening. You want to try to get ahead of the market. So a lot of people I know that use it as a confirmation tool to a trade they're already in. Like, okay, I bought the stip. Okay. All right, the order flow is showing me to do something. Okay, cool. So as far as like as a confirmation tool, people say it's really good. But I personally don't use it. But people that do use it say they use it as part of a tool set on its own. A lot of people say on its own it's not really useful. But paired with something, it's entirely awesome as part of a suite of tools. It's like you can't just build a deck with a screwdriver. You got to have a hammer too, but you need both of them to build a deck. And I think that's the good way to say it. So the software looks cool, and everyone I know that uses it like it, but they don't use it alone. They use it with something else. A lot of people use it with Rocket Scooter, by the way, as confluence to our stuff. That's how I heard about it. But I'm good at a lot of stuff. Share something that you are bad at. I am, oh God, what am I bad at? I'm really bad at focusing. I have severe ADHD. That's a problem. If I'm not passionate about something, I tend to tone it out. That's one of the things I'm pretty bad at. I tend to be decent at everything I try. Let me see. What are some things that I've done that I'm absolutely horrible at? I never have to think about things like that. iDoc is in here, putting dishes away. I was going to say, we need to ask iDoc. I'm really bad at putting dishes away and putting my clothes up. I'm really like bad at house chores. I am really bad. Now I do like, my honeydews or whatever. I take the trash out. I break the boxes down, clean the garage, sweep outside. I do the dude stuff I should be doing, but around the house I am pretty messy. I'm bad at that. I'm bad at putting things away. Yeah, I throw my clothes on the floor. Sometimes I make bad trades. That happens. But lately, I think I haven't really tried anything new that I could say that I'm really bad at. I'm sure there's a million things, but my brain is just blanking right now. iDoc, what are the 5 things that I'm the worst at? I'm bad at throwing bottle caps in the trash. Sometimes I'm bad at remembering to brush my teeth. Well, that's not something you guys are asking, like, what am I actually bad at? Sometimes I forget to, I'll fall asleep. I'll be so tired, I'll just face plant on the couch and I'll wake up in the morning. I'm like, oh, I didn't brush my teeth. And then maybe that's something I'm bad at. But usually I remember to brush my teeth. I'm probably not the world's best singer, although I can sing kind of metal, but if I try to sing, it's not that good. What else am I bad at? I am bad at not biting my nails. Sometimes I bite my nails, and I know that's a bad habit. Bad at keeping secrets. Mike. LOL. Matt is bad at reading sometimes. I'm so ADHD when I overlook and I read my notes, I can accidentally leak something I'm not supposed to leak. LOL. I know that happens. But even though I leaked the wrong thing because that thing wasn't actually what was happening, but yeah, they got me. So I'm bad at reading the fine print. And actually that is something I am bad at too. I don't like to follow instructions. That is now that I'm starting to think more about myself. I actually never really thought about it. I'm really horrible at following instructions. I don't do what anybody tells me to do, like ever. I don't even read instruction manuals. I'll take something out of the box and I'll start putting it together. When I got my when I bought my flat top griddle from Home Depot, so I can like cook burgers on Memorial Day, I just opened the box and I just started building it. I just saw the pieces. I'm like, all right, let me start putting it together. I didn't even read the instructions. That's how I've always been. A lot of times I'll get to the end of something and I'll have like this extra part left over. And I'm like, maybe I should have read the instructions, and I got to take it all apart and shove it back in. So that's one of the things I also am pretty bad at. I'm bad at listening sometimes or following directions. I'm just such a let's see if I could say it. I'm just such a free-spirited person, and I'm such an engineer. I'm like, let me just figure it out on my own. And I'll probably take a lot longer to do something than I probably should be taking. Awesome, guys. We have a huge group in chat today. They might drop another maybe giveaway. They do sometimes twice, so you guys hang around. That's exactly your issue. Also an engineering background, Timo, right? I see something, I'm like, I'll just figure it out. Like trading, it was kind of the same thing. I'm like, let me just figure out my own way to do it. It was never like, let me learn something. I tried learning and none of it made sense. Like not trading didn't make sense, but people's explanation of markets just didn't make sense to me. It wasn't sophisticated enough that drew my attention. I was like, this is a bunch of hocus pocus candles and time frames. I'm like, I don't think this would work. Let me try something different. And I've always was that way. You have ADHD and there's this thing called enhanced pattern recognition. Look into it. When you reference it and understand how to manipulate it, it's like a trading superpower. I think ADHD in general is a superpower. You just need to find out what your superpower is. If you focus on that one thing that you need to focus on, you are 10 times better at it than anybody else. It's just the hard part is to latch onto that one thing. Yeah. Certainly was a superpower. Once I discovered as a kid that I was good at math, I'm like, let's get on with it. That was the thing that I focused on, and I was like super good about it. Did I miss the giveaway? We'll have another giveaway in a little bit, probably, as a hint, maybe. Do you guys really want to make Matt more powerful? Give me a superpower. I'm also really bad at coordination. I tend to trip and fall a lot. I don't know what it is. I'm not paying attention. When we first got this house, I was carrying a cup of coffee and I was walking down the stairs, and actually one of our stairs, it like winds around, and in one of the floors, the little piece of stairs that they had built the little frame for it is like tilted slightly. It's like a 1 to 2 degree slope. You can't see it, but when you step on it, it's noticeable. And so it caused me to misstep as I was turning the corner on the stairs, and I stepped and I had all these things in my hand and I tripped and fell, and it was only 3 steps on a bend, but I fell and I stumbled and I hit my forehead on the wall, and the hot coffee splattered everywhere and got all over me. And I thought I hit it so hard, I heard something crack. I swear. I was like, oh my God, there's a hole in the wall now. But I tend to be very clumsy and not pay attention. So that's another thing I'm bad about. I've hurt myself so many times walking downstairs or just walking in general or walking into things. I'm pretty bad. Now, IDOT gets onto me a lot for that too, because we'll be walking and like I won't be paying attention. And we'll be walking, there's like a tree with a branch, and I'll like walk by and I'll like duck, and she'll walk like right into it. And she's like, you need to move that branch for me. And I was like, oh, I didn't even see the branch. And so I tend to be clumsy when moving. That's one of my also Achilles heels is there. I'm going to walk straight into like a sharp object that's going to like smack me in the forehead one day. Yep. Solving equations in my head. That's usually what I'm doing. I'm walking around just thinking about the math of the world. LOL. Yep. All right. Do I feel like the market's a little top heavy today? It might pull back. It might. I don't want to take a short on this though. I literally have just been sitting out ever since I took that initial long. This was an unpredictable move where the market just turned on some buying right there to reach up to this level. With this being said, this wasn't how the market was structured today. This was just basically tech's dead cat bounce. Maybe we'll get some pullback. Who knows? But great questions. This is consolidating forever. Yeah, I am just watching and waiting. Fake cough if it's accounts and sneeze if it's resets. Wait, which one was that? A cough or a sneeze? Can't remember. Accounts are 50% off right now. Yep, that's right. Meta and Microsoft dipping below half cap. So we're looking at some of the stocks getting a little bit of selling pressure here. Like they didn't actually pick up a lot of steam. Microsoft sitting flat. Good call on that. Meta also sitting flat, not going anywhere. Tesla also sitting flat, not really going anywhere. And today, I remember Google was one of the ones that ran really fast. Yeah, Google's there. Amazon ran mild amounts. Apple is bursted and pulled back. NVIDIA got its like crazy little buying spree that started off midday. As NVIDIA was sort of pulling back, it's like the buy programs just turned back on to gobble it back up off of yesterday's selling. So maybe today, like I said, it's a holiday week, 4-day week, light volume, big news coming out all week. I'm really not convinced that this is a big continuous rally today. If anything, I believe we would be consolidating in here. And it probably trading somewhere in here to finish out the day. But because even though I feel it, even though today I felt up and now I feel down, I can choose to not trade it when it's just a choppy dead cat bounce day. Part of my ability to do well as a trader is just sitting out of things that don't really make a lot of sense. That's kind of saved my butt so many times. Market's getting really boring. It is. It's so boring right now. Something to do out of it. All right, you guys, don't forget. Let me drop this one more time because I'll give you guys some tips here. This is that tweet that I left about MyFunded. If you guys can give some love to the tweet, reshare or at least follow, because I'll always make sure I let you guys know. I'll drop some hints. If there's giveaways or something going on, I won't keep you guys in the dark. So I'll try to help y'all out as much as I can. I have 1,000 viewers. Let's keep that velocity going. You guys come here every day at lunch. It's huge to see this group of people here. I love y'all. Do I pay attention to COT data? I do. I actually taught a class on COT yesterday. Let me teach you guys a little neat thing about the commitment of traders. And this is something you can take with you. I teach a boot camp on it. I'll tell you something really neat. I'll give you a few facts on the commitment of traders. Just a couple. And then I'll have to give you guys some more another day. The COT is a week-old data point, and it's based on reported positions to the CFTC, and it is a good storybook as to what's been going on in the market. It's not really super actionable, as in it's not going to tell you exactly what to do today, but it's going to give you some conditions that are actually really neat, that you may have never thought of before. You can actually identify two really cool things. A liquid market's easy to find if you look at the bottom of the chart here. I'll show you. I use this bar chart version, which shows asset managers, leveraged funds, and other reportables and dealers, right? So the categories are pretty neat. Asset managers is your long side of the market, like 401ks and pensions and stuff. Leveraged funds or leveraged hedge funds. Other reportables are like annuities firms and Federal Reserve banks and stuff in this orange category. And then this is your market makers or dealers. A neat rule of thumb is if you have asset managers are the long side and hedge funds are the short side of the hedging side. If you have this, the green line is the buyers and the blue line is the sellers. If they pinch or pull like this, then the market's liquid. So as we've been rallying right up until we had the market crash of April, inside of here, you can see that the blue and green were like fanning apart, pinching together, fanning apart, pinching together, right? You see it has this like push pull, like alligator mouth, right? That's a liquid market. Anytime they're both sloping up, that's an illiquid market to the bull side. Anytime they're both sloping down, that's an illiquid market to the bear side. So when they both line up and they're pushing in one direction, you're going to see that the dealer's position is going to offset that imbalance. If they're both selling, the dealers have to long, which is the red line underneath it. If they're both buying, the dealers have to short, which is that red line underneath it. Dealers take the imbalance. When everybody's buying, the dealer's going to sell. And well, the neat thing is that you can tell when the market's done crashing, when the dealer position is greater than zero, the crash is over. And there's a whole reason why that is. But you'll notice that in the history of this, this report, anytime the dealers have a net positive position, the market suddenly starts to move to the upside direction. As we were crashing and selling off in the 2022 recession, when the dealer line went positive, the market stopped selling off and that recession ended. It's a really cool little trick to let you know that the dealers don't let the market crash when they're holding the bag. Flash crash, same thing, dealers are positive. It's a good rule of thumb that if you're in the atmosphere of we've been selling off all year, but dealers are finally positive, it's reaching the end of the sell-off. Cool little trick, and the committed trader is really going to let me know that. And also letting me know if the market's liquid or not. And liquid markets tend to have no volatility. And when your asset managers and hedge funds are pinching and pulling like this, right now they're in a mode of pinching. You'll know it's non-volatile is because you can go to the VIX and the VIX will be in decay. Non-volatile markets have no volatility, right? Liquid markets have no volatility. And I'll just put our hourly chart on the VIX. The VIX is in absolute decay right now, right? That's cool little tricks committed traders like help you understand all this extra cool stuff. Yeah. It's not really actionable for you to like say, a committed trader says this today, I'm going to short. It's a data point that comes out once a week for already week-old data. It's more like a storybook of what's been happening. And you're kind of looking for longer term trends rather than like what to do today. Friday the 4th, futures are closed on a half day. Somebody was asking. So 4th of July is an actual holiday. Thursday you trade. Actually, sorry. Let me see really quick. You trade on Thursday like it's a normal day. The Globex opens at the normal time and you close at the middle of the day on Friday. Yep. That is correct. All right. Got about 10 minutes left here. If you guys have any questions for me, well, you got me about risk management, about position management, about MyFundedFutures, anything, you guys, throw it at me. Why is Matt so cool? Don't get in your head that I'm cool. I'm very not cool. What's the market? A chance of market resetting today's open? Probably very low that we make it to today's open, I would say, because the market has moved up substantially on some stock movement. We are getting a little bit of selling pressure right here. I would say normally when bull markets run up like this, they usually stay where they are rather than pick up more momentum. I wouldn't bet personally that the market would sell off. So the odds are really low, I think, that we sell off below open unless the stock starts selling out. So keep an eye out. You know, on my stream, I'll be watching it today, but keep an eye out for some of the major tech stocks. That was creating the rally, right? Do I look at VWAP? I don't, but VWAP is a very good tool. I use something better than VWAP, which is what you see on my screen, but VWAP is great. Anything that identify volume is really good. Somebody said, do I have a gun at home? I live in Texas, man. That's all I need to say. Buttering Matt up for a wheel spin. Maybe. Then I'll look at double tops or double bottoms. I don't usually use previous tops and bottoms as support and resistance. I don't. Usually a pivot on a support or resistance at a top or bottom is usually arbitrary. Not necessarily indicates future pivots. Texans. Where are my Texans at in here? What does Texas mean? You don't live in the U.S.? Oh. Certain topics you shouldn't talk about on YouTube anyways. YouTube has policies against it. I'm sure chat can answer your question for you, though. Dallas here. Austin. Ooh. Ooh, nice. By the way, guys, I'll be in Austin this weekend. On Thursday, I'm having a little trader meetup in Austin. If you guys are here, come over to my stream or head over to the Discord. I'll let you guys know more about it. We'll have a little trader meetup going on in ATX on Thursday night. A bunch of Rockseater people will be there. I'll be there. We'll go have some drinks. Amarillo, Austin, let's go. Dallas, let's go. Texas, let's go. Nice. Come to North Carolina. I go to North Carolina once a year. My uncle lives out there. And Raleigh, I think is the name of the city that he lives in. Am I buying right now? No. I've been flat since the opening trade. Come to Singapore. Okay. At some point, hopefully I will. You're bartending Thursday night? Oh, man. Well, maybe we'll come to your bar. I got a bunch of people that I'm going to be like, dude, North Carolina is gorgeous, man. I go out there and we go to my uncle's house. We go to the beach. It's a family trip we do every year. Actually, this is the first year we haven't done it yet. We probably should do it. Usually around August is when we try to go into the summer. What's my best strategy? I find volume, and I usually just wait for volume pivots, and I find confluence along off of them. I use two different types of methods. I use gamma exposure modeling, which finds high volume pivots, and then I use arbitrage indicators that look at the stocks and the underlying index to see which direction it's going to go. So on my screen, I have the pivots. This is all high volume long pivots here, and then this is the direction of the stocks, all of this down here, these lines. That's my best strategy. Well, guys, we're getting close to the end of the show. I don't know if they're going to spin the wheel. I don't know if they're going to do anything, but if they do, maybe they might. But we are the giveaway from the tweet. You guys just missed it from earlier, but maybe by the end they might do something. We'll see. I asked them if they can. Maybe they will. W's in chat. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all the love y'all are giving us today. I also will be live once I get out of here. Thank you guys for tuning in, of course. I'm live on YouTube every morning and every afternoon. I'll be on YouTube in a little bit. Here's the link. This link I'm posting in chat. You guys can continue following the saga. I might make some trades if I get a good opportunity today. Come over to my chat. Hang tight, and we can hang out once we finish the show up here. Lunchtime, boring market. We've had an exciting lunchtime though the last couple of weeks. This lunchtime, absolutely been boring though. Since like 9:30 in the morning, I've been sitting here for 3 hours watching the market go nowhere. So, hey, hint. And because you guys are awesome, I have a feeling that the MyFundedFutures team is being very generous today. It's like Christmas in July. It's like any holiday in July because it's a holiday week. I feel like maybe a code might be coming. Maybe a wheel might be coming. So you guys staying here all day and give us 1,000 viewers at lunchtime. I'm very excited. You have beautiful beaches in North Carolina. Oh, it's incredible out there. It's gorgeous. That's what you guys are talking about. It happened when I ran to the bathroom. You missed the tweet giveaway. Well, there's giveaways all the time. You'll find something. All right. So today, I'll tell you guys, not every day has to be a trading day. Not every trade has to be forced. A lot of people I remember on my stream this morning were saying like, man, I kind of want to do a trade. What should I do? And trying to say like, and I'm like, I can tell you what to do. I can't give you guys advice, but I'll tell you in general, just because you see the market sitting still, don't let it bait you into doing something. Not everything is a good trade. Not everything is meaningful movement. I mean, imagine sitting here with an investment on the table and this market chopping up and down for 3 hours. Imagine you having like excitement, depression as you're up and down $1,000 watching it go nowhere. You usually want your trades to take off very quickly. You want your trades to kind of like happen and move quick. You don't want to wait because Trump can tweet something and drop something in out of nowhere. Right? And you're in a trade, and when Trump drops a tweet out of nowhere, your trade can go out of the blue the longer you're sitting in it. You know, so you don't want to just always try to be forcing a trade. As something can drop out of nowhere. I had to build up to that one. Wow, 50 actual, 50 free, 25 free accounts, 50K starter plus. Awesome chat, 25. I had to draw that sentence out as long as I could. There we go. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, folks in the back end for that. Everybody is extremely excited and happy. Like I said, you know, they do a lot of giveaways. It's really awesome, and you guys will get your chance. People win every single day when they do the giveaways all day here. On that note, I'm going to get out of here myself. I get to head back over to my channel, but I love being here at lunchtime. I love that you guys welcome us over here at the Rockseeker community. And thank you guys for your support, MyFundedFutures. We love you, like always. You know, keep on slaying in the markets, and we'll see y'all later. I'm out of here, and you guys follow me over to my channel if you guys want to see how my trading day ends up, or maybe I'll just walk away with $600. Who knows? All right, thanks, guys. We'll see y'all later.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.